I got a spoon right here. It's very rusty. Okay, it's stained and whatever, weather mixed with having coffee or whatever, right? But this is one of the main spoons that I use still. Look at that. That's got a lot of rust on it, I think. You can see it through the camera because everything's magnified through the camera usually. So what it looks like, it always looks worse when it's in the camera. Or everything looks darker when it's in the camera right here, okay? So, give me a minute here to get warmed up. Give me a minute. Let me just see here if this trick works. Does this work at all? Let me see if I can unstain it. Let's see if this will take out some of the stain. Let's see right here. Let me see here. Maybe this is coming out now. I don't know. Maybe this is actually wearing out. I'm trying to see if this Oh, now isn't the time for that. God, I know, yeah, that crowd of people, they're stupid anyway. They're stupid anyway. It's like, what? I laughed the minute they put me off the panel, though. I laughed. Like, oh man, I really got them going. Like what Noodle said, I posed the question on to them, actually. That's what I did. You know in Japan it's legal? Yeah, I did that whole thing over there. Yeah. And he dropped me off the panel, and then it really fucking... Hey, what's going on, Noodles? What's up? I'm trying this trick with the spoon because you were trying it with your knife, you know? I want to see if this rust will come off. It might be making a difference here. I don't know. It might be. Hold on a minute. Is this actually working? Is this trick actually working on one of my rusty spoons that I happen to have? I don't know. Is it? Maybe. I can't really tell from here. Your main account is at blocked, Poon. Now I'm wondering if it's the real Poon handler, because your account's not blocked. Ouija Loke. Hey, did you ban Poon handler, Ouija Loke? I'll ask you since you came in here. Did you ban him, Ouija? Because he's saying his main account isn't they're the what? The worst? What do you mean to say there? This is tough. This is tough right here. Jesus. Probably will come out. I don't know. Anything on my fingers here? Oh, that. Okay. All right. A lot of people complain to me that they're blocked, and I didn't even block them, though. Rub like a fire then, like the sticks in the woods, right? Like friction, like when you put two sticks together and you rub it, kind of like to that level, right? I remember I used to be in the woods. I used to friggin' do this when I was young. I used to do this when I was young in the woods with the sticks. I used to pick them up, and I used to want to start fires. I used to want to start fires when I was a kid. I wanted to learn how to start fires like that. So I kept doing this, and people would watch me when I was doing this and everything. I used to do that in the woods when I was young, actually. Like they could create another account. Yeah, that's right. They got to. He did create another account to come in here, but still, it's like accounts are gonna get blocked. You know, they're gonna, and I'm not even gonna know where to locate them half the time. So, all right. So with this here, go in a circular motion. Maybe with the spoon I should go in a circular motion. Maybe that's it. Indian birds. Explain what an Indian bird is. What is that? Ouija. Yeah, food. What's up? What's going on with you? Yeah, with that. All right. This is hard. It still looks the same. Unless I maybe look over here. I think this might be stayed for life unless I use some kind of a... Maybe hydrogen peroxide might take it out. I don't know. It's worth a try. It's not the end of the world, but it's worth a try. But maybe I gotta start from the edges. That's what I might have to do. Start from the edges here. Maybe even dig with your nails or something a little bit. Maybe dig with nails. Dig with nails, baby. Huh. I'm just giving this a shot. I don't know. It seems like there are more scratches in here now. Like I might have cut the, stain a little up here. I don't know. Alright. Get arrested. Yeah. Mr. Save Ukraine. I heard Russia took in some refugees recently. I still don't 100% know the reason they've done it, but I did hear. Wow. I don't smell any more lead on my fingers from doing this, so I don't know if it's totally coming out. I gotta take a look here at that. Nah, fuck it. Yeah, Ouija is an OG. I will say that he is. Craig Harmon's abuse. Yeah, well, Craig Harmon will just keep going with things. You know, he'll just keep making videos over stupid small things. You know, he'll just do even a 1-minute video to clip a video of mine or something, just because I said something to him in my live stream or something. Poon says every time I talk to Noodles, my IQ drops to a level if I just shit my pants. And I'm okay with it. This is where Poon, I'm going to add your channel as a moderator right now in case someone's thinking of banning you. Because I just have a feeling that's going to be coming. Or it was going to be coming. About this video of her own accounts she's been commenting on lately. I have different accounts depending, but mostly the ones I show my face on. But I might bring, hey Poon, remember when I had Signature Fister? I don't even know if I'm going to bring Signature Fister back, honestly. That was really me, though. At one time, it was really me. Hit it his niece's boyfriend? What? Noodles. This is more serious than I ever thought with Craig. Christ, he's still beating up people every chance he gets now. And that's not the past either. That's not just in the past. I was talking to Ouija earlier in your stream. I was saying Punta Gorda is a bad place. There's just nothing there. It's so boring. All there is a Wawa or maybe another coffee shop. Did I tell you I once knew a gay kid in Punta Gorda? My mom's friend's stepson or something lived in Punta Gorda. And she mentioned it to my mother and stuff. So I ended up visiting him there or something, right? To hang out with him. But he was the only other person I knew that lived in Punta Gorda. Really. And now Craig. Him and Craig are probably the most interesting people in Punta Gorda. If that guy is still even there, I don't know. But I know enough about Punta Gorda. Yeah, but Poon, that's what I used to think too. You know what I'm saying? But Craig just, I don't know. He was away for a while. I thought that meant he was getting himself together, but he came back and now he's back in it like he used to be here. You know, I thought when he left he was getting himself together is what I really thought. But it looks like everything's being rehashed now that he's coming back, just like he hasn't left. So yeah, I get tired of that myself, honestly. It does for sure. It houses violent criminals. Sounds like American Inn over in Council Bluffs. It sounds like that place I was going to check into for $200 a week. It was so cheap I had to inquire on it. But then I found out it was like one of the biggest trap houses, I think, in the entire Omaha area or something. I mean, like worse than the one in South Carolina I was at. Worse than that. The one in South Carolina looked rough around the edges. It looked like it was hood. It looked like there was an abandoned mall. But that wasn't as bad as you would think. Like, I think that one there where I got booted from, the Fleabag Motel, was a worse place than that. Actually. It's true. I agree with that generally, but you know why I'm living in motels? The housing crisis. And some people will not rent to me. Some will not. Florida, very tight down there. It's forcing Craig to stay down there and pay $1,500 because he doesn't have the guts to leave Florida and start a new life somewhere. He could. He chooses not to. He chooses to pay $1,500 in a shitty town. At least if you're going to do motel living, travel. 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 Because one motel's not a permanent address. So if you got to live in motels, at least see other places. Use it to travel. Use it to travel. So at least it looks like you're getting out there and you're doing something. You're going to different areas, showing them off. Craig's just staying in the same place for $1,500 a month in a crappy town, mind you. I mean, if he wants to forward his rap career, he can't friggin' do it in Punta Gorda. Let's be real. He can't do it in Punta Gorda. That's just where I stand with that. Put this on high. Correct. It's so hot here. I got the heat on really high. Yeah. It's not that good, I'll say that, but I'm sure, but rap is crap anyway. He doesn't sound any worse than certain rappers. I'll say that, Ouija. He doesn't sound worse than any rappers, any other ones, because rap is crap anyway. That's my philosophy. I think rap is crap for the most part. There's only a little bit that I like, but most of it I don't. Really, I only like the stuff from the early 90s. Anything new is lousy. Anything new is lousy. I like Prince of the New Power Generation. I like stuff like that. Anything new, though, I don't like it. His terrible dental hygiene interferes with his raps. How about that Jason guy? That Jason's got some teeth on him, huh? I don't know who the hell that guy is. He looks like Marty McFly and Biff, kind of, in Needles. He kind of looks like Marty McFly, Biff, and Needles. He's like those three in one person. Maybe Needles and Marty McFly. I don't know. That Jason guy kind of looks like a mix between those two or something. Yeah, Banana. Dude, are you joking? Because I can't stand Tyree Sneed. I hate that guy. I can't stand Tyree Sneed. But there was one time, he's so stupid, Poon, right? That there was one time I recited his own rap lyrics back to him and he couldn't remember it. I was listening to a recording and it went something like this. It was like, this is the truth and you can't stop it. I want to see you try it, punk bitch. He said something like that, right? And then I sang it back to him on the text when he was in Spreka. What's that? What was that site? I think it's called Spreka or something. It was a blogging site for free, and he used to go on there. Something. I don't know what it was called, but it was like a vlog site or an audio. Like you could do podcasts on there or whatever. So then I recited it back to him and he couldn't even remember it. I'm like, it's a song you wrote. I'm typing back the words to you. It's a song you wrote. You don't even remember your own song? But then I ended up talking to him and I talked about a movement. Like, what do you think of the Donald Trump movement, Tyree Sneed? What do you think of this Donald Trump movement that's going around? He's like, there is no other movement. There's only one movement, the Tyree Sneed movement. He was like taking it so serious. He was like, there's only one movement, and that's the Tyree Sneed movement. He's like Anderson Henderson, more jacked up with rich family. That's what Anderson Henderson would be like if he had rich family. He would have been like Tyree Sneed, hands down. As it is, I see so many similarities with them anyway, honestly. Tyree Sneed should actually team up with Anderson Henderson. I've always thought they should have met and maybe fought, or maybe teamed up and then fought because they couldn't get along, probably. Those are definitely two egos that would not get along, I think. Tyree Sneed and Anderson Henderson. Do you think they would get along, Noodles? That's why Bunny Cha-Cha knew who he was. I found Tyree Sneed in 2015, Noodles. I found all these people before you came along. I knew Tyree Sneed since 2015. And Buddy Cha-Cha knew who he was. Because, Mike, I had a spoon and I was trying to get the rust out of the spoon. Coffee stains and whatever else. I don't know if coffee stains will come out as easily, but I look at it like it's rust. The leather was also in it as well. And all that. It might be getting a little more spotty, I don't know. But yeah. But anyways, that's the reason why. Because I have a spoon right here, alright? But Tyree Sneed and Anderson Henderson, I don't think will get along for very long. What's your opinion on that, Noodles? Do you think Tyree Sneed and Anderson Henderson will get along? I've always wanted to somehow introduce them. Even when I was talking to Anderson more, I wanted to somehow introduce them. I did. No, Tyree Sneed can't get along with anybody. That's what I've determined. He's got his head so far up his ass. He's so bad you probably didn't even bother. You did promote him at one time, didn't you? But you ended up giving up on promoting him, didn't you? Kind of like with Anderson right now. It's like you're considering that with Anderson in 2022. But back then it was with Tyree Sneed, I'm guessing. Because some of these people, they're very tough to work with. They're very tough to work with, those type of personalities. Tyree Sneed is like a wannabe Eminem from everything that I've seen. Craig knows who Tyree Sneed is, doesn't he? Does Craig know who Tyree Sneed is? I'm now wondering if Craig knows who Tyree Sneed. He does. Yeah, you try to give him advice. He thinks he has all the answers. He thinks he has all the answers. So he doesn't need to take advice in his mind. Yeah, he's one of those. He's got a rich family. I would have too. If I was working closely with him, I would have wanted to drive there and probably strangle him for damn sure. Yeah. It's easy to do with somebody like him. Awful person. Awful person. Yeah. Tyree Sneed, his aunt is Carly Fiorina. That's how much I know about him. I know that Carly Fiorina is his aunt. And he's from slave masters. He comes from slave masters or something. Tyree Sneed. He comes from slave masters. That's enough right there as it is. I mean... But you know what would be funny, though? If you put Anderson Henderson, Tyree Sneed, and Cyrax in one octagon and see what would happen. Cyrax, Tyree Sneed, and Anderson Henderson. Hey, Noodles, did you know if I was... Hey, Noodles, you know I was going to stay at Joni Portwood's and she was an hour from Anderson Henderson? I was trying to arrange that so I could possibly go through Lexington and go through Huntington, on the more east side of where I was traveling. I was hoping that I was going to stay at Joni's, but her mother didn't let it happen. She told Joni absolutely not. So that stopped me from going there and then possibly visiting Anderson Henderson on the streets when he's fucking around there at the morning hours. I was going to drive by those areas possibly where he wanders with the camera all the time and troll him. And what I was thinking of also doing was, because Akron isn't that far where Cyrax lives, it wasn't that far from Anderson. I was thinking of possibly picking Cyrax up and driving him to Anderson Henderson, or at least driving him to Huntington and get out and walk around in that area where Anderson walks, and then maybe we'd run into him. Again, this was ideas in my head that I was hoping may have happened for content. And he would have. Anderson Henderson is not that person. He'll scream at people who he thinks will not fight back. If he doesn't know them very well, or he just thinks they're going to back down from him, he'll scream in their face and shit. He'll scream right in their face when he's got the camera on. Yeah, and he's got to have a camera on to do it. Who's he stalking in Huntington now? Not the security guard, though, right? Who else is he stalking in Huntington? This is something. He's stalking random people in Huntington, West Virginia now? Because if I was going to stalk someone, I wouldn't let people know about it. That's the thing. Sammy Tucker, what's going on? I don't know what happened. We're going to wait and see. I don't care, frankly. If he doesn't do a live stream, I don't care. I think because I've been streaming lately, he's overwhelmed. I honestly think, Sammy and Noodles, I think because I've been streaming a lot lately, he's overwhelmed. And that's why I think he did that outrageous security guard video screaming at him. Probably because he thinks he has to do that to get on my level. So that's what he did for content, and it was a fail for him. It wasn't getting major views, so he probably just stopped showing up, I'm guessing. I know this guy. This is what he does. It's because someone else is around him doing content that he's obsessed that I'm here taking his thunder is what it is. Again, not fully meaning to do it, but it just so happens that I'm doing it. And it's been like that for all the years I've known him. At least probably after 4 years I knew him, it started being that way. Like in 2012 maybe, or something, or when he went back to the Boyd, when he joined the Boyd officially, whatever. The housing crisis is bad out there. For any chance, I have to be out here. For any chance. I had to leave the South. The South just didn't have anything. Maybe Louisville, Kentucky, I would have got something, but I didn't end up wanting to go there, you could say. But it was down to either Louisville, Indianapolis, or Omaha, and I picked Omaha. Out of those three. Carrie sent you nudes. I don't get why she sends you nudes. She's never sent me nudes. I don't know if she's ever sent Anderson nudes. But that never ever came up in any conversation that I've had with Carrie. She's never given me nudes or talked about giving me nudes or anything. Never. It just never came up. And I never thought she was that fat either. I always thought she was maybe a little chunky, but not really fat. She always showed herself talking, and she looked more regular, like skinny maybe. She was skinny before, though. I'm talking maybe like Tasha's build, maybe, like skinny. I was thinking kind of like skinny. Carrie Bridges. I thought, if anything, she would have suffered from being too skinny. But that could have been 2 years ago. And maybe now it's totally different. Maybe Carrie is overeating a lot more now. I don't know what's happening with her. That's it. That's the reason then. Medication will do it every time. When I gained weight and I had a mustache, you know who I looked like years ago? I had shorter hair up here. Okay, my head was shaped a little like Kevin James and Mall Cop a little bit, right? I had short hair, like maybe like this, maybe. I had a mustache and I was fat. Okay, who do you think I looked like? For real. Medication made me gain weight. I ended up being 230 pounds on medication. I looked either like Kevin James or Mall Cop. Mall Cop. I kind of looked like Mall Cop. It was, you know. So I had to lose weight. I'm like, Jesus Christ. No, I can't be on medication anymore. I'm not even going to get regular medication anymore. I'm just going to throw out what I have because it's not making me feel better. It's not making a difference in my life. It was kind of making me lethargic. I didn't want to be on medication anymore. So I chose to get off medication. I have a smoke right now. Coram Natural. Sun-grown. Well, thank you. Yeah, my appearance is probably changing as months go by, isn't it? Isn't it changing more so the more that I show myself? It seems to be changing. I look back a month and I see like slight differences per week to month or whatever. And how things are going. Oh. Okay. Good. Cedar strips. Yep. Yeah, this is a nice bird, this one. Yep. Absolutely ruthless. I don't know who you are, Mr. Saber, to look your cases up. This is decent. I've never been disappointed with these right here. And they're not that much money at all. The Corums. I've never been disappointed with these. There you go. A wasabi. Who puts wasabi out? I've never had that one. Is that a new release or something? Because I've never heard of it. But they have some really high-end ones out there. I'm talking like really. Like Atabay. No, this is J.C. Newman and Etero Fuente, which is somewhat expensive, but this line is not expensive. But the same people make this line that make Etero Fuente. Etero Fuente makes this line right here with J.C. Newman, and this is like a cheaper bundle cigar that they make. But a high-end company, Etero Fuente, makes this stick right here. Yes, technically. We've got a lot of that same good tobacco in it. It's just more the second hand tobacco, if that makes sense. You wouldn't really know, though. I mean, look how that's birded right there. I mean, this one's going good thus far. You ever enjoy a cigar with Kodiak? I have, a long time ago. I did. The last time I got Cavassier, I had it with cigars, I remember. A long time ago, I got Cavassier, the original bottle, the bluish original one that's cheaper than some of the other higher Cavassier brands. I got that, and I had that with a cigar before, yes. So I remember I think that was one of the last times I got that kind of Kodiak. I got Cavassier, yeah. I've got that. What is the fascination still with innocence? And he is a has-been. Save Ukraine, it's so true. By God, you couldn't stand to be in a non-peaceful life. Are you referring to Anderson Henderson in that non-peaceful life kind of line right there? How many evictions has he had since I've been gone? I've had to move places, but I haven't been getting evicted, so... I don't have one... You know how many evictions that I have on my record? 0. I don't have any evictions on my record. None. 0. Nada. Zip. I don't have any evictions on my record. You can take that to the bank. I don't have any evictions on my record. I've had to move because of unfortunate circumstances that have happened, but evictions, not one of them. Not one of them. The last so-called lease I was on wasn't even a lease. It was an illegal rent agreement brought about by the landlord. It was like around $700 a month in Tampa, Florida. So I was an illegal resident of the complex, the apartment complex. And that's why I was more of a legal resident. An illegal resident was because it was an apartment complex and they wanted residency in an apartment complex. So I was an illegal citizen there, and I didn't have Florida tags either. So I wasn't even a resident of Florida. It was a log visit. I was trying to move there on a log visit. That's ultimately what ended up happening in that place. And then these people were playing music very loud underneath me, and that prompted me to move out sooner because I got into it with them, the people downstairs, and there was just a dark cloud over the whole situation. Craig Harmon avoided federal charge because he hid the gun. Oh, shit. Wow. Hennessy, I don't get Hennessy. That is one thing I've never bought. I have never bought Hennessy. Do you get Hennessy? Because I find better things to spend my money on than Hennessy. At least these days, I do. I'd rather get quantity and get something lesser amount, but still be pretty good than to pay for Hennessy. I suppose sometime I could, depending on what's going on, but I have not gotten Hennessy. Ever, I don't think. Yeah, I hear people saying that, yeah. I've had Courvoisier, but Hennessy I have not had. Do I drink wine? Not really. Because I don't really have a wine opener, you know? Those can be a pain sometimes, you know? And if I go to Total Wine, there's a lot of those good bottles for $4-5.99, but they're not just a screw cap. They're a cork. So I just kind of skip it. It's not so easy for me. It's easier for me to just screw something open or open a can. That's why I don't really drink too much wine, if that makes sense. Plus, where I've been traveling, I don't really have like a wide opener, you know what I mean? Like a good, proper wide opener. You know, that's more for, I don't know. Yes, you can. You know that Total Wine. Go to Total Wine. They have Spanish wine. They have Italian wine for $5-6.99. I know. I've done it before. I know. Hammy Turtle alternate supposed to you by way of account is banned. I don't know why people ban you. I don't know who you are really. My channel is being shadow banned by YouTube. Also, I haven't paid attention. I am shadow banned from YouTube. Can anyone verify if I'm shadow banned? Can anyone else? Can I get a second on that? Am I shadow banned? Because I don't know. I haven't kept track. I've suspected maybe I was at times, but I don't know for sure. I could just have another confirmation on that by somebody else, then maybe I can. YouTube watches people. I'll tell you something right now. Hollywood watches people too. But it's like I was saying. I think Anderson has gotten more looks from Hollywood than I probably have because of the things he talks about. He talks about movies. He talks about gangsters. That's why he probably shows up in the feeds where the Hollywood producers probably can look at him and not me. I've suspected that has gone on. And despite all that, he still has not got a shot from Hollywood. And I'm doing better than him. So, what does that say? What does that say about him? Right there. Because I know they've looked him over because he talks about Scarface. He talks about Clockwork Orange. He talks about movies a lot. I'm sure they've looked him over more than me at some point. I'm sure they have. It's more your interest. If you're actually on video talking about those type of movies a lot, you're gonna garner attention, even in private, from the Hollywood. And then they're gonna look at that plus the content you put out. But it's a lot of it has to do with, I think, the movies he's into and stuff. That got their attention, maybe. And I think because he talked about something to do with conspiracies before Vice got known to what he was doing. But that's really all his claim to fame is going to be. And he's trying in some small city. He has tried in some small city to try to be Rocky or something. He's trying to be Rocky with an American flag, yelling at security guards now. Stalking people, apparently. Rocky didn't have an honorable career before he became a boxer. Rocky did not have an honorable career, though, too. So he had just thinking, oh, he could make it, too, and do what he's doing and be the next Rocky, but it's not going to happen still. And I know Rocky was something, he was like he beat people up for the bail bondsman or something. He did something like that before he was traded with Mickey or something. Yeah, I'll tell you something, Noodles. I don't like cats. I used to like cats. My mom owned cats for most of the time I've been alive, but that's really why I got attached to cats. But if I'm to myself for a while and I don't have to be around her cats and stuff, I realize, wait a minute, I really don't like cats after all. Cats just want to latch on to people. They don't really love people, though. They want you to take care of them, but they could tear your head off at any time. Really, they can tear your head off at any time if they feel like it. They don't really love people in the same way. Like Tito and Wishbone, they love people. I know that for a fact. They love you, but I think they're friendly with other people too. I can tell. I think they definitely have more emotions than a cat does, for sure. They're little dogs, but they have more emotions than cats do, I feel. Yeah, cat people are. It's kind of true, isn't it? When you think about it, it kind of is true to some extent. Maybe not in every case, but in some areas, yeah, depending on who you meet. Or maybe a big fat cat lady type might be wimpy. Maybe wimpy, lazy, fat. Maybe a gamer. And they have all their cats pissing around them while they're playing games on the internet. Like video games. Getting fat. Maybe not eating the greatest. Kind of thing. Oh, I'm surprised she's not a cat lady. She would be if she didn't have her kids. I think Carrie would be a cat lady. She probably would. But I thought I was a cat lover at one time. But then I realized I really wasn't at the end of the day. Because that's all they want. They want food and they want But there might be a rare instance where a cat loves its owner, but most times I don't think that's really the case. Maybe a black cat is more apt to love its owner than some of the other cats. But I've noticed a lot of black cats too, because they're abused more so. They're skittish. They've had rougher backgrounds as a rule, kind of like black people. Black cats have had rougher backgrounds as a rule. Maybe not the ones with the fancier fur, but the regular standardized fur, and they're all black. When they're babies, they're thrown into shelters. People kicked them when they were young, and then they grow up with psychological problems and trust issues. That's what I have found with black cats. Yes, black cats' lives matter. Yeah. I mean, in their case, they've had it hard. Yes. Black cats, a lot of times, have had it hard. Yeah. And all white cats, too. In some way, all white cats are kind of like black cats, too. Like all plain white with short fur. All white. It's almost like with people. You have the poor whites, like maybe the white nationalists, and then the blacks who are poor. White cats and black cats, kind of. I've thought of this. The all white cat with short fur is like the poorer white cat. Versus the white cats with spots in them that might have fancier fur that's like a troll fur, or they're like more puffy, and they're like show cats. Almost. Like ragdolls. Ragdolls are like the Siberian Huskies of cats. Ragdolls. Anyone ever have a ragdoll? When I was younger, my mom had a ragdoll. It ended up being $800. $800 for a ragdoll. They're cute, but they're more like show cats, and they're expensive. They're more like the pampered princess types. They just want to be pampered more. That's kind of their psychology. They're a bit different than other cats too, but they're not poor, but they're the highest level of cat, I think. Above most of the other cats who think they're better than people even too. So in this case, they're so high above that they're in their own little world. They want attention. They want to be spoiled even more than the other cats that are above the black and the solid white cats, I'm saying. Like you get the blacks and the whites at the very lower tier. Then in the middle you have the oranges and the other showy cats, maybe a little bit. And then at the top you have ragdolls and Maine Coons, probably. I would say they're at the top of the pecking order, probably, with superiority. That's what I would say. I mean, I know about cats because, like I said, I used to be a cat lover more, but then I realized, wait a minute, cats don't really. And I was finding dead cats on the side of the road when I was in Colombia. I was in Colombia. Remember, I found those dead cats on the side of the road. But then I'm thinking, these cats outside, they hunt because they don't have anyone really feeding them, but they want to be domesticated much like certain people want to be domesticated if they're living a hard life. But then they get in someone's home and all they want is food, 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 feed me, feed me, feed me, but they don't want everything to do with you like a dog would. They don't. Even if you save them, they don't. They just go back to being kind of like the regular house cat types, maybe. But black cats have a different aura about them to a point. A cat, but there's still different levels of cats too, is what I'm trying to notice here as well. Or try to explain, I should say. Colored people in the projects are domesticated. Well, not really. They're the least domesticated. What are you talking about? Why are they very domesticated? They're about like the least. If they're in projects and further out areas, they're the least. As a rule. Regret, they're not going to bother you, really, unless you bother them, but I wouldn't say that they're, you know, the most domesticated at all. No. Did I tell you my truck broke down in Tampa in a bad project building? Did you know? My truck broke down in Tampa right by a pretty bad looking project building. It was kind of not far from Busch Gardens. And I wasn't too nervous about it because I kind of knew my area, so I wasn't too nervous, but it's still something noteworthy, I would tell you. I did break down kind of in a project off the beaten path a little bit. Not too far from the main road, but kind of off the beaten path a little bit. And I was waiting there all day to get service. I had to make phone calls. And I had to walk up the street for that time and just kind of kill time. But that same truck that I drove all the way here broke down one time in a bad neighborhood of Tampa. I'm not. No, that's what saves me half the time. It's a mix. The Busch Gardens neighborhood does not have a good image. It's not the worst neighborhood, no, but it still doesn't have a good image. I mean, I was able to walk there and not much has happened to me, but it's not the greatest area, though, I would say. The drivers are terrible up there, number one. They're horrible when you try to walk. It's very bad, and that was part of my problem up there, actually. But you got the college, and then you got the hood right down the street from the college. So it's really up in the air on who thinks it's a good or a bad neighborhood, I guess. Most will tell you it's not a good neighborhood, though. Pennywise told me he didn't think that was a good neighborhood over there. And I'm like, nothing's ever happened to me. I was in those worst parts of Tampa. Nothing's ever happened to me over there. It's like, oh, well, I still don't think it's a better neighborhood than Lago. When I talked to him one time on the phone about it, I talked to Pennywise on the phone before about this kind of stuff. Because he knows Tampa pretty well or whatever. But he thought that Lago, Florida was safer. And I didn't think that was the case. It was meth heads and it was like an urban trailer park in a suburban town, a biggest suburban town that kind of flirts with city living, but there's all kinds of people out there on the streets, though. It wasn't safe by any means there either. It was safer walking in Tampa, at least from street people, at least as far as running into street people goes, I would say. Lago, Florida, though, in my opinion, was worse than a lot of Tampa. It's how I saw it, but I guess everyone has their different opinions on things. Do people in Florida still smoke crack at cheapo? Yeah, they do. South Carolina, too. Because you have that funny smell in the room. I think that's crack, actually. Yeah. Whenever you smell that funky kind of smell, like that dated, but I can't really explain the smell, but it smells kind of musty, and it kind of sticks to the walls a little bit. Almost like when you go into a convenience store. Sometimes, like that stale convenience store smell that you smell when you kind of go in there. But since it's cooler, it doesn't. It's not like a moldy, musty smell, but it's still a funny smell though, like a sugary, funny smell, if that makes sense. Like when you go into those convenience stores, the Arab convenience stores or whatever, like in Florida, a lot of them are in the hood. They kind of have that smell, kind of. This cigar's been burning very good, and this isn't that expensive at all either. It's not expensive one bit. Methamphetamine smells like cat urine in the motels of Los Angeles. Well, it's not that bad, but it's a smell though. It's a funky smell all the same. Convenience stores in Omaha don't smell anything like that. I haven't really been to one or that many of them within the Midwest that smell like the ones in Florida do or South Carolina. They're a bit nicer. You go into even the ones that sell cheap beer too, they're just nicer, you know. They're more cleaner. The air's like cleaner and all of that, you know. And they're set up a little better with bottles of booze against the wall. Kind of like they want to flirt with being a liquor store too, even though they're a convenience store. The Midwest, they're a bit nicer to go into, I think. Just how I see it. There's only like a tiny, maybe few that have that smell of them probably here where I'm at, but not a lot. The air's usually fresher in some of those places, even to buy Colt 45 and all that shit. And they got more bottles of liquor against the wall. Jill knows what I'm talking about. The liquor stores have Colt 45 in them, and cheap beer as well. They're not just strictly liquor, but they got liquor store type set up against the wall or something like that. Then another section of it is the cooler with Coke and beer. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but in the rooms I've never encountered broken glass really. Even in the one in Columbia, South Carolina, I found some things in there, but not broken glass, thankfully. And housekeeping did come by every day, even in that crappy motel, the Magnuson in Columbia. Housekeeping still came by every day, even in that place that looked pretty crappy. So, they still came by every day. It was like a crappy, luxurious, or crappy kind of place. Like it was once a better hotel when that mall was more hopping, but all the stores went out of business in that mall, and it became urban clothing and cheap Chinese stores. So that was very interesting. It was like a whole other country. It was almost like being on the islands. It was like being on the islands. I'll put it to you like that. Like if you were to go maybe to Bermuda, maybe a little like Jamaica. I would picture some other country. I forget where, but like an island. Columbia, South Carolina. There wasn't any beach near it, but the feel kind of felt like island a little bit. Maybe a little like island because it was mostly black stores everywhere. Like if you were to go to one of the islands or something mixed with the United States. That's what Columbia, South Carolina kind of felt like to me. More than Florida, actually. It had more like an islandish kind of feel because it was diverse with the black population. They had Jamaicans, they had Puerto Ricans, they had Haitians, they had African Americans. It was like diverse with the darker people, you could say. But mostly the native African Americans. But there was still enough of the other ones, kind of, too. If that makes sense. And then white was pretty much white, I would say. It wasn't as diverse with the white population. But yeah, Chinese and Arabic stores that sold cheaper jewelry in that mall. There's only one store that was open. Macy's was open, but all the other corporate stores closed, and it was like urban clothing. Not all of it was cheap either, but there were cheaper stores there than the more updated malls, for damn sure. And half of it was abandoned to boot. So there were times I spent more time shopping there than a bigger box mall that was more modern, if you could believe that. I had more finds in that place, surprising. Beauty shops with hair products were all over there too. But yet at the same time, as crappy as it might have appeared, it was once a place where you could see a movie being filmed. Like a Problem Child. So then when you go to the other side of town with the more updated mall, it's like how that used to be, kind of. And it moved to another side of town, and that mall got more business. It was very fascinating. It was very fascinating over there in Colombia when I was over there. It was definitely, I would say Colombia, as bad as it might have been, and as depressed as it was, I would say it was better than Greenville. As far as overall things to do, it was better than Greenville. Or restaurants to go to, better than Greenville. Greenville had a nicer downtown. That's about it. But the periphery of Columbia had more than Greenville. I'll say that. But would I recommend moving there totally? No. I would say visit for a couple weeks if you have to. Check it out, then go. That's what I would say. Because South Carolina, they will make cuts to disabled people. They will cut benefits. The minute you stop talking to them, you have to like keep calling them or they cut your shit off. Whereas you can call them less in other states and you will not get your benefits cut off. But there you will. They will also cut services off that you sign up for. They will cut them off if you're not calling them. That's how severe it is over there. And it's not... What noise? What are you talking about? Columbia was almost like the Midwest meets the Deep South. That's what I would say Columbia was like. With a few East Coasters here and there. Yeah, they all watch Hannity every night. Yeah, you're right. South Carolina may not have as many Dixiecrats as Tennessee, like the diehard Democrats, but they do watch Fox. It's still Republican to the max, yeah. A few of them here and there might be socially liberal, but they're very conservative the way they vote. That's the thing. They might not care about the trans thing way too much. The straight white people there don't, I'm saying. But they just vote very conservatively for the parties that oppress trans people. Even if them individually don't make a big stink about it if you're around them or you're using certain bathrooms or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So out in the public, you're not going to have too many problems, I would say. But how they vote is definitely extreme. Yeah, for sure. But Florida's the most extreme. Florida is more extreme than that now. Because now you got people stopping you from using the women's bathroom in Florida. Happened more than it happened to me in South Carolina, actually. Happened to me more in Tampa. And with Hispanic women, try to glare at me and try to tell me not to use that bathroom, especially if they were employees. So I didn't get it from the straight white people if I got trouble. It was usually from the Hispanics, or if I asked, or if I was trying to talk to lesbian women from South Carolina. They were worse oftentimes. They were worse. Believe it or not, at least person to person, they were worse. How they treated me. In the LGBTQ community in South Carolina, they might as well be the white order. They might as well be the Ku Klux Klan. They're not accepting the new people, even the ones like them. You would think, oh, in a conservative state, they could use all the allies they could get, right? Not when it came to me, though. No. They shot me out at every goddamn turn. The LGBT in Columbia area. And they probably would have did so in Greenville, too, I'm thinking. I didn't move to Greenville, though. But it came from the people that it shouldn't have came from. I'll put it to you like that. Maybe an occasional black person here and there might have gave me a problem too. But it was more the Latinos, and it was the lesbians, maybe. Or maybe the women who looked a little bit more like men themselves. But the real feminine women down there would compliment me, actually. They would compliment me. The other ones, they were jealous, I would say. Lesbian or jealous or something. They didn't have the looks. But they were women. You know what I'm trying to kind of say here? I'm trying to tell my experiences based on how I found them. Tell me about the Mexicans in Southern California. Why would I want to meet them? Is it better or worse? Richard Munch, you implying it's better or worse? What do you imply? Then I'll let you know what I think. Because I might have heard it before, but I'll let you know. Tell me what you think. You said wait till you meet the ones in Southern California. Why would that be? They are, exactly. They're a mixed bag. They're a bit more diverse. Kind of like in Texas. In Texas, they're a bit more diverse also than Florida and then the Carolinas, yeah. The Southeast, the Mexicans in the Southeast are some of the worst sons of bitches, racists that I've ever come across. They're terrible social conservatives. The ones in the Southeast are, or who moved from California to the Southeast. Yeah. A good amount of them. Yeah. In LA? Yes, they are. Yes. It's about a mix. It's a mix, yeah. And even some of the gangsters in Southern California are more socially liberal, too, from everything I've gathered. Maybe even the Serenos. Or what are those other ones that are in Northern California? What do they call them? They're another type of gang. What are they? I forget the name of them. But they're not Sereno 13s. They're another one, though. And I think they're a little more north. But they have a whole different agenda or something. Nortinos, maybe? Maybe Nortinos? Possibly. They want to unite with different people, maybe. The Nortinos. Yeah, that's who they are. Yeah, that's who they are. Okay, the Nortinos. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's it. Yes. And Tampa connects to some suburbs. Like even where the bathroom cleaning woman might live in a suburb kind of around that USF area or something, you know, they might live in one of those complexes kind of thing, maybe an apartment building that isn't the worst, maybe even though they got a bathroom cleaning job kind of things. But they move to a nicer neighborhood just to get away from all that because they hate black people. Yeah, exactly. Trust me, I've seen it. Yeah. Nortitos in Northern California, Cerritos, LA. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to. Yeah. Yeah, because while Sacramento has their racists too, Sacramento area also has a very mixed element where people do mix, and it's not unusual to have Chinese Mexicans in some of those parts. I know from being in Sacramento that that's how it is over there. That old market area of Omaha kind of reminds me of Sacramento's old town. A little bit. It's better. The Omaha one is better. But Sacramento's old town reminds me of where I was last night, kind of. Old town, Sacramento was a little like Ybor City and maybe like that old market area I saw last night. Like if Ybor City didn't have cigar bars, it would be Old Town Sacramento's kind of like that equivalent to it, I would say. As I was in Midtown Sacramento area, I lived in a rental a while back. And I used to ride my bike around there because it was bike friendly. I liked riding bikes in Sacramento, bicycles. I rode a bicycle to downtown Sacramento. I loved it. I friggin' loved the experience. Even if I didn't love the whole area, I loved that experience. Going to Midtown, riding a bicycle along the sidewalks of the city area. It was nice. And the weather was nice too most of the time. It is a hip town. It's better, in my opinion, it's better than Portland. It's got better coffee than Portland too. People don't talk about this. It's not affordable anymore. For everything I'm told, Sacramento is just as expensive as LA now, isn't it? It's at least just as expensive as LA and San Francisco, isn't it? At this point, it used to be affordable. But my opinion, though, Sacramento is the better coffee than Portland. I've been to enough coffee places in Sacramento to know they beat Portland out of the water with coffee, actually. Seattle was the main coffee city. And then I would say Sacramento and Seattle are now pretty close with coffee. Portland probably is number 3. But Portland's not number 2, I don't think. And it's certainly not number 1. I'll tell you that. Sacramento, in my opinion, is above Portland with the coffee scene. Been to enough places to know, so. Portland has Stumptown. And they have other ones, but Stumptown is so expensive. You get Stumptown coffee, you can get it in other places in the United States, bottled up in those little bottles, like those red stripe bottles. They have Stumptown, but you know how much one of those is? $5.99 for a little thing of coffee. $5.99. It's to where Stumptown and some of the other coffee roasters in Portland have gotten so expensive that they're overrated. Sacramento, I'm not saying they're cheap, but you tend to get a better product, and it is lesser than in Portland. To get a cup of coffee, I would say, yes. Not cheap, but cheaper than Portland. Again, my opinion, my experiences. A what? Let me read this again. The owners of Stumptown, coffee people are supposed to be pretty good, though. Coffee people is out of Vermont. So you're telling me Stumptown might be from Vermont? Is that what you're kind of hinting? Stumptown's original home could be Vermont? Because the coffee people are out of Vermont. Vermont's got pretty decent coffee, I think, for what it is. I don't think they're that bad. I'll definitely say that. I haven't spent way too much time there, though. But from everything I've heard, and some of the smaller businesses in Vermont, they got ice cream. They got good ice cream there. So maybe they deliver with the coffee, too. In some ways. For New England, anyway. No, coffee people I thought was Vermont. I'll look it up. But I'm pretty damn sure they're from Vermont. Hold on one sec. I'm going to look that up. I'm pretty sure they were Vermont. I'm not positive, but I think so. I'm going to look that up right now. Coffee People headquarters. What's Coffee People's headquarters? Let me see. It says Portland right here. Where are they located? I'm pretty damn sure. Really? Coffee People, Vermont. If I Google that, what comes up? Maybe they got a second home there or something. I don't know. They have one in Waterbury, Vermont. They have one there. Vermont Coffee Company. Vermont's got coffee, actually, yeah. Coffee People. You might be right, but I'm pretty damn sure. Oh shit, there's an article here that says Vermont. Vermont has quietly become a coffee superpower. So they're in the running now in the United States, I guess, to be at the top. Vermont has quietly become a coffee superpower. This article suggests right here. I guess they got a lot for a small state. For a small state, you know who has a lot of cigars? New Hampshire. New Hampshire has a huge cigar scene for the amount of people that are in that state. They got coffee shops too, depending on where you go. They got them, but Vermont, I would say, owns New Hampshire with coffee. Yeah, I would say they do. Yeah, and other ice cream places in Vermont are good too. I've been to some mom and pop places in Vermont for ice cream. They're good. It's not just Ben and Jerry's. What else? Let me see. Somebody's parents that I know. Let me read this. Someone's parents that I know went to the coffee that I got and that I've been drinking. Okay? I'm going to show you the coffee that I've been drinking. Okay? This is the coffee. I set up my little coffee maker here. Okay? I got this stuff right here. I got Java Time. This big bag, Java Time. Ever see this? It's Big Lots has it. $5 for all this coffee. It's very decent for $5 coffee in a big bag. Look at this. 100% Arabica coffee. Java Time. $5 for all that. Okay. That's the best deal you can get if you're a coffee drinker, but you don't want Maxwell House and you don't want Folgers. I would recommend getting Java Time. Since we're talking about this, I'm getting some iced coffee now. I'm getting some iced coffee right here. Maybe I'll drink my beer later, but we're talking about coffee, so I gotta freaking get some coffee right now. That's it. But the money I save from not getting coffee out is the money for food that I eat. It's toward the restaurant budget. Whatever I don't spend for coffee. This is how it comes out with a little bit of cream, okay? It's a solid, dark coffee, kind of. It's darker than some. You put a little cream in, it's not. It can be good, strong coffee, actually, if you want it to be. I recommend it highly if you don't want to get Folgers or anything like that. You're watching your channel. Who's we? You and who else? You and who else is watching me right now? By the way, I put my yellow makeup on earlier. But now you don't even notice it because I've had it on for a little bit. But I'll tell you one thing I'm nervous about, though. I get all my stuff in the back, right? Covered in plastic bags. So when it rains, I have no idea how it's going to look when I open it all. That's the thing, because it has rained and it has snowed over my stuff before. Just in plastic bags, though. Mostly clothes. It's stuff that's not going to get totally ruined. But I'm still wondering if mold and mildew will get in there. I'm hoping not. But it's something I've been thinking about. Not that I'm going to get my stuff taken. I have it wrapped up pretty good anyway. But more when I open it, what's it going to look like? I don't know. But between everywhere I've went, nobody has taken any of my stuff. Nobody. But that's the one thing I've been thinking about. What's it going to look like when I finally open it? Because there's some of the box, I can feel them through the plastic anyway. That there's a few that is kind of soggy. And they're taking a little bit longer to dry. So I don't know how they're going to look when I open them, finally. I might have to rebox it at some point. For the drier weather. So. So if anyone has any comments about that. Does mold and mildew typically grow in those boxes, even though they're outside? Do you know, Karen Zolman? Do you have any idea about that? If you have to box up all your stuff and then put it all in plastic when you're traveling, which I had to do going all the way where I went. When I finally opened them, I wonder what they're going to look like. Because I even got a pair of sneakers in there I haven't even worn yet. I hope they don't fucking get ruined on me. I'm just trying to block it out until I finally open it. I don't know what it's gonna look like. It might look like nothing. Maybe it might get a little. But I do have a little bit of a crack in the bag with the comforter in it, where water has hit it because there was a crack in the plastic. It was like there was like a little hole, and it didn't get stained too badly, but slightly. Not too bad though. But it had a smell, kind of, a little bit, but that's because the water directly hit it. The water didn't directly hit my stuff in the boxes, but it hit the plastic. But the inside, the box is still kind of softened too, you know? So I try to see if there's a smell, if I can smell anything through the plastic. I can't really smell anything. So I can't really tell, but at the same time, I don't want to rip it open and expose it either if I'm going to keep it out there, sort of thing. Yeah, well, it's not going to get damaged that badly, I don't think, if any. But I try to pack things the best I could for what I had. So I'm going to just have to see when I open it all. But I don't smell anything from the boxes, at least. But when I had like a little hole in a bag with the comforter, it smelled kind of musty. Because water directly hit it. Yeah, I'm trying to do that now, yes. I rested for the last few days because I'm in a more comfortable place, you know. Now I'm in a more comfortable spot than I was. I was in a Motel 6 prior to coming here. I mean, it was more expensive. Not that this isn't, but that was even more so. Not really any dirt on the carpets here either. I mean, this place is clean. But I was over there for like 11 days or something like that. Maybe 12 days. Maybe 12, going on 13. But I had to get out of there. I was on the bottom floor, and if anyone was on top of me and they were loud and heavy-footed, you saw it. It was just, it was like a nightmare. Depending on who the hell you got upstairs, you know? Yeah, I could handle a few months, but as long as it's not going to be a lifetime. I went to the best location I could to potentially get out of this crap at some point. Or at least lessen it. Lessen the bullshit, I should say. To lessen the bullshit. To reduce the bullshit. That's why I chose where I chose. Florida's got too many of those types, you know what I'm saying? Like in higher numbers. Indianapolis more than here, but still better than Florida, if that made sense. Even when I saw places in Columbia, South Carolina area, a guy had his girlfriend living there. I don't know if it was just a thing in some of the areas, right? But she put a hole in his bathroom wall. And I saw holes all over the hotel I was staying at in Columbia. So I'm wondering if with some people it's just part of the culture where people can be hot tempered when they're fighting and they hit walls or something because they get angry with their partner and then they start destroying everything around them, maybe. Because I did see a semblance of that in South Carolina. I did. Even in a guy's house, his girlfriend put a hole in his wall. This isn't a motel. This is a nicer home. He kept pride in it, and she ended up putting a hole in his bathroom wall. So I just wonder if there's just people all over around maybe that area I was in over there that they just kind of did stuff like that wherever they were. Maybe. It's just where I was staying at the hotel, there was just maybe more of them per capita. When couples fought and they would just freaking hit a wall or they would, I don't know. But Christ, if I try to beat up a wall, I'll hurt my hand. If I connect with someone's face, it's not so bad. But if I try to hit a wall, it's going to hurt me. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to get blood on my knuckles at least. If I hit a wall, I just don't have the time or the energy to explore a career in hitting walls. You know what I'm saying? So there. Now on Sunset, people probably do that, don't they? Like the cheap motels in Sunset, they probably hit holes in walls, didn't they? Maybe they didn't, but it would probably happen there if there was a better chance for it to happen anywhere, probably. I'm thinking. Kind of near the Sunset Strip or off of it. In those cheap places. I know they got cheap motels on the Sunset Strip. I know that. But even then, what are they going for? 400 a week? Over there? So they're about 400 a week, get it together? Is that what you're answering yes to? The cheapest motels, like around Sunset Strip, are they like 400 a week? Are they less than that even, or are they 400 a week? Where I'm at's not much less. Actually, it's not much less, believe it or not. If that be the case. But it's nicer here. It's guaranteed quiet most of the time. You don't hear nothing. I don't hear nothing. Yeah. There is room service many mornings. Your apartment on Sunset Boulevard this night. For real? That's good. That's cheaper than Columbia. That was cheaper than Columbia. But let me ask you something. Do they get full pretty quickly? Do they get full pretty quickly? If they're that low over there. Because that's less than anything in Tampa right now. That is less than anything in Tampa, if that's the case. That's less than anything over there. 975 on the Sunset Strip. Really? Shit. Might be giving me an idea. As crazy as it sounds. Vacancies for real? They have vacancies more often for $9.75 a month in Sunset Strip area. That's still pretty good. I don't care how shady that might seem over there. Southern California, $9.75 a month. That's still shit. That's cheaper than Columbia was. Even that Columbia was like 1,100 in something maybe at that crappy place that I was at. Still not a ton, but more than that, that still would be more for sure if they got something like that there. Florida's more expensive for motels, is what this means. Craig's paying $1,500 in Punta Gorda, Florida. A place where nothing happens. Wow. So much for Florida being cheaper, right? But is it always? No. No, just the people are buying a house. That's it. That's it, though. That's what it boils down to. That's the first bug I found. I think this is a stink bug. Stink bugs might be coming out here. I hate these fucking things. Oh my god. Want to see me kill a stink bug? I'm gonna kill this son of a bitch right now. I'm gonna kill this son of a bitch. I gotta fold this up and give it another layer, because this will smell. That will fucking smell, I'm telling you. Oh, I got him. I got him. Oh god. I hate these fucking things. They stink. They stink. They stink. They stink. It's not a cockroach, it's a stink bug. Oh, I can smell it from here. Ew. 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 Shit. 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 Soap. Gotta grab some soap. Oh god, I hate these fucking things. I hate these fucking things. They smell. Okay. I misplaced. Oh, here's the soap. Here's the soap right here. See, look. I gotta do this every time I run into a stink bug. It's, man, I hate these things. Their bodies smell. They stink to high heaven. These freaking things. It's not on my fingers, thankfully, because I caught it in time. But those things smell. They smell like chicken broth of some kind. Chicken broth in something else. But to smell that in any kind of insect, it's still nasty. To think that an insect has that kind of an odor and it sticks to your fingers if you were to kill it, especially with your bare hands. Now there's nothing because I took care of that. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't even eat those things. Even if they seem flavorful, maybe certain Asians eat them. I don't know. They're a delicacy to Asians. That would be interesting if they actually were. Wow. Motels a lot less over there. That's something. Yeah, stink bugs. You never seen those? They're a little thicker. Their bodies are a little thicker, kind of. They're a little thicker. But they're a problem. They're a problem. I never ran into them on the East Coast, though. I ran into them in Oregon. I've run into them out west at times. But they're not... I haven't run into one in a long time. I try not to think about them because they're nasty. That's the first one I've run across in a while. I don't know which ones, but stink bugs they smell like chicken soup. Like chicken broth of some kind. With a strong odor. I still wouldn't eat it. Even after smelling like chicken broth. I still wouldn't take a bite out of it. I'm telling you. I don't want to risk it. I still don't know what they have. Even if I was going to eat bugs. I'd really have to look into it. They may not taste bad, but they have an offensive smell when you kill them. It sticks to your fingers. I mean, they don't smell rotten, but it's still not pleasant either. Like the oily chicken broth type of substance on your fingers is what it would smell like. I know, it sounds funny to hear, doesn't it? But it's not so funny when you gotta kill them. Man, craziness. Craziness. So am I a bad guy if I agree with... No, you're not bad. But what are your ideals? Are you extreme with them, or do you have some leanings? Like, what are you? What are you into? What are your beliefs, exactly? Just, if you want to say it, say it. No, that day is come and gone. I'm not MGTOW. No. Space Jew, I'm not MGTOW anymore. No. When I became a trans person, I had to make a commitment to drop all that stuff. Okay? I'm not for the MGTOW movement. That was when I was like a macho-esque kind of male, and I was just like not in my right place. So I did believe in MGTOW then. But as far as actually, that's how I partially got Elvis's attention at the time. If you're not a trans person, you get his attention by being MGTOW. Actually, like as a fellow guy, Elvis takes attention to if you're MGTOW or if you're a drag queen. or a trans person. He takes attention to either of those things. And I happened to find him when I was a MGTOW supporter. There probably is, Karen, but I don't feel that it's me. I don't feel that it's me now that I looked into who I really am. I think I was just putting on, I mean, it's part of me, but I think I was overselling it. I was overselling it. That's what I would say. Funny thing is, Angelo John Gage didn't agree with MGTOW. He didn't, that was not one of the things he agreed with. Actually, when I used to hear his videos. Actually. So you know the mayor of MGTOwn then in Sandman. You know those people. So remember, Mayor of MGTOwn was one of his channels, and then you had the Sandman. Yeah, Karen's old man, yeah. You know who was a definite macho man, though? You know who? At least for his younger years, my father. My father was kind of like a macho man type. He's kind of like Papa K. Michelle K's father, and G Mangos, maybe. But salesperson, kind of like G Mangos, you know? Salesman, you know. Well, I suppose I do, but I don't think it defines me. I try not to have it define me, only if I get angry. What I do. I'm sure it comes out, yeah, as you see, but I don't try for that anymore. I'm in a different space in my life. Well, yeah, my father, from what I heard my mom telling me, when he was young, he used to have road rage and he used to actually walk up and grab someone by the collar or something when they did a move he didn't like. He was kind of like, what the fuck did you do that for? What the hell did you do that for, you idiot? He would just kind of grab someone by the collar in traffic or something, like at a red light or something. My mom told me he did stuff like that. Yeah, but I think it's really how I got, maybe it's how I perceived being brought up. And I just did my own version of it, maybe. I don't know. But it still didn't score extra points with my father, you could say. There were times my father and my stepfather told me I went too far, or I'm insensitive to women's feelings. I've been told that by my father. My mom, who my mom told me was the biggest macho man type that she knew, who had many girlfriends that were cheap and kind of slutty. There were times he even told me, don't say that to your stepmother. She's a woman, for Christ's sakes. Don't say that shit to her. Say it to me, but don't say it to her. Like when he was mad or something. Like, because there was one time there was a lady on TV, right? And my stepmother was watching TV with me, right? So I'm like, gee, that one looks like a double bagger. Doesn't she look like a double bagger? Which is a term for someone who's ugly. In Boston, they call them double baggers if they're ugly. That one looks like a double bagger, doesn't she? And then she happened to be like, what? I like her. Like, I'm just saying. I don't know. Then she told my father that I said that, and then he gets all worked up. He's like, you said that to your stepmother. She's a woman, for Christ's sake. She doesn't want to hear that. Yeah. Well, maybe when he got older a little more, he was. But he never really portrayed that because my mom thought that he abused her, actually. So, I don't know. Well, I don't know. But but when Trump was in office more, my father and I talked a little bit about it, right? Just on the phone generally or whatever. And he said that he had to end up supporting Trump because he didn't give up or something. So that's why he ended up supporting Trump, you could say. And then since he saw DeSantis in Florida and stuff, he actually told me before I started seeing what Florida became, of course, under him. He says to me, I kind of like that governor in Florida, actually. I like him. He said that to me just casually, like in conversation. And don't forget, some of my father's friends were kind of like the My Pillow types. They just didn't have a lot of money, but his friends were kind of like Mike Lindell types, kind of. So he was around people like that most of his life, working kind of. So he kind of became it, I think, a little bit. I mean, he had a friend who used to belch in front of me all the time. He belched in front of everybody. He didn't freaking care that even his mother was, my father's mother was over or my aunt. He would just belch at a cookout or something. So my father always met interesting people. He always drew people in his work or something or to him who were they were full of personality, kind of. He used to attract like Elvis impersonators as friends, and he took pictures of them singing Elvis years ago or something when he was at their houses. So I definitely, as a kid, saw some of his friends, and it was pretty entertaining being down in the basement with him when he had visitors over. So and I was around a lot of record albums as a child too. He always was updated with stereos and stuff like that, and beta VCR tapes. He had to have the latest ones when they came out. When new music came out, he had to kind of listen to it or get into it. And he was like in his late 50s, maybe 60s. And guess what he was actually listening to? Macklemore Thrift Shop. He actually played it over and over and over again when I was over there. He got into Macklemore Thrift Shop. So even when he got older, he still looked up like the popular songs and stuff that people were listening to or whatever. And he'd play them like where it's over. I'm like, Dad, this is so lame. Like, why are you playing this over and over again? Well, it's kind of funny when you think about it. Like when he was more relaxed. But when he was wound up, it was just kind of like, yeah. Or some people would try to work him up too, because they knew he had that personality, so they might tell him things about me, maybe. Or, I don't know, like maybe a boss I had who happened to be friends with them would tell him things, I guess. I don't know. People just kind of, like my father was the kind of guy where people would try to tell him things, maybe partially to see his reaction, maybe. But sometimes it wasn't done intentionally like that, but I think maybe a little bit of it was sometimes. Maybe including my stepmother too. So, I don't know. It left me wondering sometimes. But no, he definitely drew. Did I tell you that my father was technically in the Boit before the internet ever came about? Did I tell you that my father ran into these Boit kind of people years ago before the internet? It's almost like I was getting reminders as a child, like from listening to the CB that he listened to or he interacted on with some of the more local people. He would never visit them, but he would listen for his own entertainment, kind of. Almost what Mangoes might do, or well, Mango shows himself. It wasn't like that really back then, but it was kind of similar. And you want to know something? Through my father, guess what? I get introduced to the first Batwoman. The first Holly Undead that I ever ran into was on the CB interacting with my father. The first Holly Undead that I ever ran into, my father knew who she was through the CB. It's almost like I got a reminder back then, not realizing that coming to an online community like this was probably in my future, because it got me so curious when he was talking to these people. I'm like, Dad, these people seem really cool. Why don't you ever meet them in person? He's like, John, they're losers. I just listen to them, but they're losers, John. You don't want to get mixed up with them. They live with their parents, some of them. So the Bergs and all these friggin' people, it turns out they were on the CB back then. They were on the CB, and he was the one who had a job, who listened to them and talked with them. You know, like in his spare time when he was driving on the road. He didn't pay them any mind when he was in his house, but it was only when he went on the road he would listen and talk as he was driving or something. It was like a hobby that he had. And then, sure enough, I meet these people years later on the internet. It's crazy. In a whole different arena. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts. Did I tell you the first time I played Pantera to my father and stepmom? My father said he liked DeSantis. Yeah, but yeah, I know what you're saying. DeSantis, I don't care for it myself. I don't care for it. My father sees that he's Italian American and all that stuff. It maybe thinks similar to my father in some ways, maybe. And that's why my father likes him to a point, I think. But beyond that, it's true what you're saying, yes. Yeah. He's a Trump copycat person. So yes, totally. There's even some diehard Trump people that are going to end up not supporting DeSantis. Because even the hardcore people like G Mangos, who might like Trump, maybe Jill, some of the people down here in the Boyd who've expressed support for Trump, never once have they mentioned DeSantis. It's actually funny, because I don't think they're going to get behind him from all the indications I'm getting. Even some of the diehard Trump people, even Pillow doesn't mention DeSantis too often. I don't think I've even heard Pillow mention DeSantis very often. So this guy's followers might even be more so than Trump, I'm thinking. More dangerous. It's possible. He's going to get some of the Trump people, but he's going to get the more, maybe the ones who didn't like that he was tweeting totally, and they literally wanted Trump to go out there and, do more like that. Possible. Again, I'm not. But Trump too. Trump was a rich kid. He's not a working class person either. That's why I really couldn't get behind Trump. Trump wasn't really them. He looked down on them too. But yeah, DeSantis might even be worse than Trump. Wouldn't that be crazy if he was worse than Trump? That would actually be something. Like, they're making people think, though, he could be the next Ronald Reagan. Now, how do you think DeSantis will compare to Ronald Reagan? Because I've heard that DeSantis idolizes Ronald Reagan, actually. He wants a Ronald Reagan to be passed in Florida. He wants Ronald Reagan Day to be passed in Florida. So, I don't like Ted. No. I never really cared for Ted, really. If there was one that I kind of liked, a Republican when I was more conservative that I kind of liked, though? I'll tell you who I did like, Karen's old man. Matt Bevin. Matt Bevin and Chuck Baldwin. Those were the types I more veered toward. Maybe Matt Bevin and Chuck Baldwin. You know Chuck Baldwin out of Montana, right? You probably know who that is, right? Chuck Baldwin. And then Bevan, I think, is out of Kentucky or something. But that was a long time ago. I haven't even heard their names mentioned in a long time. But if I was going to go toward any conservative, it would have been kind of on the Ron Paul idea of conservatism. And then Chuck Baldwin was kind of in that mix a little bit, maybe. But he was like ultra conservative too, though. Yeah, kind of like the Bevins, the Chuck Baldwins. They don't appeal to the majority at all. I think they're even above the DeSantis crowd, even. But they don't even have. But they're not even really in actual practice all that extreme beyond what they talk. Yeah, Chuck Baldwin, Montana. Bevan, Kentucky. Kentucky also, Karen, Kentucky. Kentucky has some of those same ones as well. I would say, but Bevan's from Kentucky. So Bevan from Kentucky got my attention at one time, and Chuck Baldwin. And there might be one more. I'm trying to think there might be one more person. I don't know who. But if you were following back then, you would have known who Chuck Baldwin was. He wasn't that big, but he definitely wanted to go to Boston. How about Pat Buchanan? Oh, Pat Buchanan. That's the other one, Pat Buchanan. Yes, I heard of Pat Buchanan when I was 20 years old, actually. Because I used to do like right-wing type talk radio when I was in IT. I sounded like Michael Savage when I was doing it myself, except more entertaining than Michael Savage. I was more entertaining. I played my voice recording to some people. They were rolling. They were like laughing at my commentary big time. Because I was saying things, but I was also saying them in high defense of what I thought was bad. Kind of what conservatives typically do, you know? Did I tell you about a rambling that I did? And I still think about it a lot today before I went on the internet about picking up hitchhikers or something. Or how the world is so crazy around me. But you know who influenced part of those ramblings, believe it or not? You know who influenced them to a point? My grandmother. Hanging around my grandmother as a kid kind of made me develop this kind of thing where I saw those things in the real world that she was talking about when I was older. So then I used to be like, when it comes to hitchhiking, forget it. If certain people hitchhike, you never know what you could be doing. You could be picking up a creep. I was like very entertained, but that's how she kind of talked. All these creeps. It's like I run into this woman in a store, and she had blue hair, ice blue hair, John. So kind of when she used to talk to me years ago, I developed that. I would have been a more right-wing Howard Stern if I had actually got a break in radio at 19 or 20. I would have been at that time, yes. I would have been like, you could be picking up a creep on the side of the road. You never know who you could be picking up. In this hip hop, this rap culture going around, I don't like it. It disgusts me. This rap culture going around and all these gangster wannabes piss me off. That was my general radio voice, my talking points. I started out with that because that's what I saw. I was mainly addressing like the gangster wannabes and the blacks they hung out with. Kind of like the collaboration, of them. And they caused trouble or they were in juvenile hall. And I was kind of ranting about people like that because I had to be classmates with them. I was classmates with a lot of them. So I practiced my radio voice and I said my ramblings, what I really felt back then. they did it on a voice recorder. So yeah, exactly. Creeps everywhere. But some of that was my grandmother talking too, and I just realized maybe some of what she said was true by the time I turned 20, maybe, or 19. But when I was 16, I was kind of like, I didn't give a fuck. I was almost like the people who followed Trump, they weren't into politics prior, they didn't really care. I was that way before supporting conservative ideas. I didn't care about anything. I thought I was just a normal, you know, boy who rode a bike. I struggled maybe socially. I wasn't a nerd, but I still struggled socially, if that makes sense, to a point. I was kind of like that same kind of a person back then. I was politically incorrect. I turned people off sometimes when I talked about things, but it wasn't like the ranting. I'm saying just other things, other random things maybe. Like there was a girl with big boobs in a class maybe, and to get under her skin, you know what I said to her? You know what I said to her? I was like, "Hey everybody, Ashley has a big rack. Ashley's got a big rack." Just to kind of get under her skin a bit. It friggin' worked. I used to do that kind of stuff when I was young. Or if a girl's nickname was Chicken Legs, I'd call her Chicken Legs or something to see how she would react to me because I wanted her to say, "Shut up" to me. Even though she did it to everyone. I wanted her to say it to me. It was kind of funny. Like I wanted her to get upset at me, kind of thing. And I never really hated any of these people. I just kind of got under their skin, you could say. There's actually one time that girl, Ashley, when I got up one time when the teacher wasn't in the room and I was just kind of making funny faces at her and I got up or something and it was kind of in her direction. She's like, "I'll punch you if you come close to me." "You're going to punch me? Go right ahead." So that was before all that started. I was in classes I got bored in. Yeah, a troll. I was a troll. Yeah, in that kind of a way I was, yes. That's why all these trolls online, it's like what they're doing is stupid because I used to be out there like doing it. You know what I mean? Kind of like that. And then as you get older, you just lose energy for that kind of stuff. But when I was young, I was pushing my buttons in my own way, yeah. But one thing I never really was until I saw a total collaboration of the gangster wannabes when I changed schools is when I found this other stuff, okay? But this school I'm talking about, like with the big rack, the Ashleys, all that, was a different school. So back then, was I racist? Not at all. I didn't think I had any leanings toward racism whatsoever. Okay? I believed people were people. Okay? I was just kind of like a right-leaning asshole in other ways, for the most part. I mean, there was a minority who moved into school and I saw him get fetishized or something. I would see that sort of shit maybe when I was in the public school, like what I was just talking about. The public school, not the juvenile hall shit that I ran into later. You know what I mean? So as I've had experiences, I have developed my opinions more as I went. But I literally became a more prejudiced person racially, I think, when I transferred to the school with more juvenile hall cases. With white kids, too, by the way, and Italians and blacks that all kind of knew each other and they collaborated together to I guess, form their opinions or whatever. Stuff like that. And I get introduced to them all, and it was something sometimes. You had Irish kids, Italian kids who who teamed up with the blacks, who the Jews in the school enabled to act the way they did, or just the culture there was just a violent culture, I thought, in that school that I transferred to. And I wasn't one of those kids with rap sheets or juvenile hall records. Craig would have been. He probably would have fit in better over there, actually. This was like directly in the Boston metro area, right here. So I was actually seen as a hick to some of these people. Because I lived where I lived, I was seen as a hick, actually. When I first got introduced to them, that's the vibe they got with me in the classroom when I was addressing things. Like in the main discussion forums where you could air out what bothered you, maybe. So then I raised my issue, and I actually pissed a few of them off to where they wanted to tear my head off. Actually, some violent people were in that school. So if I ever seem any bit the way that I am, thank the experiences that I have been introduced to over time. Okay? So, and that was the time I definitely was contemplating voting for George W. Bush. That was kind of like my Trump moment back then, after seeing everything over there. But some of these people went on to become Trump supporters who had the anger problems, which I found funny later on. But back then, I saw them as the problem, and I wanted George W. Bush in office to take care of them. Because George W. Bush, I saw as a person who didn't put up with a lot of shit, kind of thing. So I wanted to vote him in more, kind of to show that, you could say. You were one of the only WASP kids. Oh, speaking of that, I knew a WASP type of a kid who was actually in my class with the juvenile hall types. He wasn't one of those either. He was a waspy but kind of special needs kid, but he wore preppy clothes. He dressed well, but he was like special needs, but he was waspy too. He lived in this richer town, and I kind of befriended him when I was there, actually. You were the only Armenian in your school. People are sure if I was white or not white. But Wingstar, yeah, that's right. And I've got the same thing a lot of times. More in my adult life, I felt, but I was getting it then too, not realizing it. But no, I'm treated as a person of color still, actually. And I do believe Armenians are not fully white. I am one of the opinion that there are certain Armenians out there that are not fully white. If they're not blonde, then they're not fully white, though. I will definitely say that. My mom's friend was like the blonde Armenian type. And her brother, who ended up being a white supremacist, actually, was Armenian. And he was one of the first ones I got introduced to when I was 13, actually. But I met him too when I was 13. And then all the things he said to me, I realized were kind of right when I was in that school. He used the N-word so openly. He was Armenian too. He was lighter than you though, but he was an Armenian. And he described why he thought the white basketball players were better. He definitely got into that with me. I'm Venetian, but guess what? I don't consider myself white, Karen's old man, and I'm Venetian. I don't consider myself white. Based on society standards, whether white nationalist groups want to claim Venetians as white, mainstream society don't see us as white. That's the thing. If you're looking at the mainstream, they don't see us as white. Still. I may not be Sicilian, but that doesn't matter. You do, but society does not. And that's where it counts, because they're the majority. Whether they're Democrats, whatever. Republicans, I don't think of that stuff too much, but Democrats definitely do. Like liberal Democrats, they see color. They see, there were times where they told me, hey, wait a minute, you're not white either. Wingstar, not really. I don't think you're white. I really don't. You're like me. You got the same tone as me. I don't consider myself. I don't consider you white either. No. No. You want to believe you are fine, but I don't see it that way, though. And you see it more when you go to other parts of the country that I'm not white. Maybe in the Northeast I was more white, but when I traveled, I went to Florida, I went to the South, I went to even the Midwest, wherever I might have went, California, where you don't find so many of those minorities like you find on the East Coast, okay, that have become white. Whether it be Irish, Armenian, Portuguese. They don't got that thing in California, and definitely not Oregon. You go to Oregon, you'll be non-white, Wingstar. Oregon, they would not see you as white. Maybe in New Jersey they will. Not Oregon. You're colored there. I saw that firsthand. Northern California, Oregon, I was definitely a colored person over there. It's real. It's real. In America, all over has racism. It just comes in different forms. And over there, they don't mess around with that stuff. They see you as non-white in places like that. Even some parts of the Midwest, too, they will. Yes, depending. Depending. Now, it's not really something a lot of Republicans think about, really. It's more the old school Republicans, maybe, or the Democrats. The working class really doesn't see color as much, though. They can be xenophobic, but they don't see color too much, really. But in Northern California and Oregon, they see color for sure. And you will be deemed a non-white in a lot of those areas. I'm not kidding around with that. I'm not trolling. In Texas, you would be seen as white a little more, at least, than you would in Northern California or Oregon. Even if not everyone does, more so in a place like Texas. That's what old white guys used to call blacks in the 70s colored. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Ultimately. And even if you're trying to live a white ideology and you believe that way, the culture will still not accept you. Even if you try to play to that, they don't. They don't. They'll just see you looking a certain way. They'll think you're a Muslim. They'll think you're a Muslim. Like if I grew a beard and I walked into a Northern California bar, like in Auburn or something. You know Auburn, right? Grass Valley, Auburn, for instance. North of Sacramento. I'm a non-white. Easy. Easily over there. Easily. Auburn, Grass Valley. Yeah. Big time. Portland. Anything more north of Sacramento. Really. I have tons of relatives in Glendale, and I mean... Exactly. You're right. That's exactly what I'm telling you, Wingstar. You get it. You get it. That's exactly right. East Coast, it's different in that way. But yes. And that's even Southern California, correct? That's even Southern California, is what you're saying. Glendale is Southern California. I know that for a fact. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you don't fit in with the Mexicans, or you're not Mexican, you don't have a place there with non-white people, really. You really don't. There might be some blacks who are fine, but it's then again that's like a more advanced South, just in the Southwest. That's really what it is. It's just like the South, just in the Southwest, maybe. It's like what they're trying to make Atlanta like a new LA. That kind of makes sense, actually. They're going to make it look exactly like Los Angeles, and it'll have the same prevailing way. The accent will lessen, and it'll become like Southern California. I've always looked at parts of Southern California like it would have been like the South. It's just the westernized without the accent. But people moved to Southern California from Arkansas, maybe some in the Midwest, but a good amount the South too. And yeah, I think Orange County at one time might have been Dixie, if I'm not mistaken. I think they actually wanted to make Orange County Dixie. I think they did. I think I recall hearing that actually. Anything to do with that? Like, is there a sentiment that they want to be kind of like Dixie in Southern California anywhere? Despite all the transplants that come there, despite Hollywood, despite all that? Is there a sentiment there that you see that they kind of want to be like the old South in some ways, ever? Just without the accents. Because I know they actually have Southern restaurants in Southern California. I know they actually do if you look for them. I know there were some transplants from the South who brought that food with them to the LA area. Not intensely, but the sentiment, it's there. I think that some of the transplants might have been from there in the older days that left the South to go there. Possibly. Like anything that you saw in the old South for discrimination, you'll see on the West Coast now because some of those people have moved. I actually had a conversation with this to somebody before, right? That it's possible the ex-racist Southern people who did segregation and who put the white only signs relocated to the West and are practicing those beliefs now. The South is just Republican now. And maybe they got a few of those types, but a lot of those segregationist types left the South. Now it's a bunch of non-segregationist Republicans. They're still conservative, but they're not segregationists per se as much as they used to be in the real South, I'm saying. So I'm thinking some of those people relocate. Take Abby Brooke. She ended up moving to Idaho, but she resembles that exact thing when you really hear her talk. She doesn't like black people at all. So someone like her back in the old days would have been in the old South. But she ended up relocating to Idaho, and it was coincidental, but it just so happened that she's one of those ones, kind of. Small example, but I figured I would bring it up. So I think that's also a small example of what could have happened too. A lot of Southerners live in San Diego, honey. Yeah, San Diego, but I'm thinking more Orange County also. I'm thinking LA area, possibly too. And as of most recent, Idaho. Oregon, too. I just think all those old segregationist Southerners, their ancestors had offspring, and they moved them there to the West Coast. And then they grew up out there kind of with the same mindset. That's why it's more acceptable on the West Coast now. Because even as conservative as the South is, a lot more of them stand against racism down there, actually. The conservatives do. If you bring up those hardcore opinions to people like that down there, yeah, they might live segregated, but they still don't really carry that, that they're still like, I have black friends. What are you talking about? I have black friends. Like Bombshell Reloaded. She remained in the South, but I'll tell you something. I can tell you right now, she's got more black friends than some of the people who relocated to the West Coast from the South, who were the actual racist years ago. They just relocated. I just think those slave masterminded extremists who used to live in the South have moved to the West. It's just my interpretation of it from what I've seen. There isn't. There used to be. There used to be. But they're in Bakersfield now. They went to Bakersfield, is what I think happened. Maybe the Central Valley, Bakersfield, maybe Palmdale. Palmdale, right? That's probably who has it. Probably Palmdale and Lancaster. Possibility, maybe. But they pretty much, I would say, left LA and they went kind of around it. Moved north. Maybe to Vacaville. I think Vacaville's one of those towns, if I'm not mistaken. Vacaville's one of those places, isn't it? Vacaville, yeah. I kind of got the feeling it wasn't, I didn't get a very bad vibe in Vacaville, but I had the feeling it was one of those places where maybe some of them have moved at the same time when I was looking around. Because I did stop in Vacaville before. Yes, I know. I picked that kind of up there. Yeah. Trying to think where else. Galt. How about Galt? Now, Galt reminded me of a poor Appalachian town. When I was in Galt, there were people like under bridges. Little town, Mexican and white mostly. Little town. But I definitely think it was more in the Appalachian mind more over there. Because there were just so many poor white folks. They had so many issues that they probably didn't even think about race that much. Kind of like the Appalachians more so. But they were still in quarters, kind of like South Africa. Like when the poor whites were in South Africa living in later years, like post-apartheid, you know how like there's poor whites in quarters and stuff like that living. That's kind of what Galt looked like. Like now they got so many troubles now that they're not really thinking about like even though they might segregate, they don't really think about it too much because they got their own poverty that they're living in almost. They're kind of used to it over there. I think in Galt they've been living like that longer though, probably than they have been in South Africa. But definitely a poor town though for California, I would say. Because there was a girl I met in Galt, okay? And I get introduced to her family, actually. She introduced me to her family there. And I'd say they were nice people, but they were poor. Some of them sat around and drank cheap beer around the house. It was kind of one of those places because they were just families lived together. And it was kind of down and out, but people still tried to live their best in their own way, I guess. But they were very poor, kind of thing. They just didn't have many choices. And we're talking of a poor white kind of a town here. with people under bridges, some people in family quarters in dumpy little homes, kind of next to each, kind of like South Africa, is what golf kind of looked like either Appalachia or South Africa. Maybe a mix. Maybe a mix. The whites in South Africa in the Appalachian. It would have been like West Virginia, I would say. Like a lot of what you'd be reminded of in West Virginia, I saw in Galt. That would be my analysis of it. Is it a particularly bad town? I didn't think it was a particularly bad town either. I mean, it was just down and out and poor white. That's really what I saw. But it was just kind of like, I don't know. Because there were other white towns I've been to that were worse, that were seen as trashy too. I wouldn't even call this too trashy either. It's just impoverished white people, like what you would find in the Appalachians. Not exactly Council Bluffs, Iowa, maybe a little bit, but also like the Appalachians too. Because sometimes there could be trashier white towns where they're better off economically too. They got more money in the bank. They just kind of live a lowish type lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? There's certain towns, they might be poor white in a similar way that Galt is, but they just have more money. But they still kind of live lowish too at the same time. But they got more money. Maybe their houses are more spaced apart. Maybe they don't have all families living in little shacks kind of thing. They tend to build more community when they're living in little shacks, you could say. It kind of forces them to, in a way, in those conditions. Whereas a place like Council Bluffs, it's cheaper than certain places, yeah. There's some poorer people there, but it's also, I think, better off than Galt by a long shot. Galt was one of the poorest white communities that I've ever seen. It's like my dad's town is mostly white, it's trashy, but people have more money there that are trashy. So they're not village people so much, kind of thing. But they're still white trash. They just live better than the village whites who are poor. So if I had to say, based on character, the village whites are better, probably, than those higher up, low-class towns. If that makes sense, Karen's old man, would you agree with that? Would you agree with that for the most part? If you actually see that. Just kind of waiting for your answer on that. The poorer village towns, I think they tend to appreciate more than the lower class towns that have a little more money, but they still remain lower class kind of thing. I just see them as a little more grateful. The people in the more village, closer towns that are poorer. Like I described Galt to be. Like, there aren't going to be trashy white folks in Galt, okay, who can afford living in motels. There's no such thing over there in Galt. It's too poor for that. Would you agree or would you disagree with that? It's the white trash who can afford to stay in motels that are the worst towns. They have enough money, but they still live a low class life. Those are the worst people, I think. Okay? But the ones that are in those villages, like I was just saying, I think they appreciate more when they get it because they're so impoverished. From my set of eyes, I'm saying. So the Craigs don't really compare to them, really, in that sense. Or the people who can afford motels, but they're in the low white trash kind of group. They might have their 3 kids, they might do all that, but they just don't really appreciate things. They're a little more, yeah, kind of like that. Maybe even more entitled. You know. Being a small town white, the poor does have a community too. At the lowest level, I mean, yeah. At the lowest level. So you get better people at the lowest level than you get higher than that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like the next 2 levels higher, it's definitely it's like a snobby white trash, more so. What happened to be between you and Craig? You know, I just joked around with them a little, but I also found a picture that I believe was real. Someone showed it to me, and it was him when he looked like a woman. Craig looked like a woman in a picture. Okay, and I showed, hey, Craig, is this really you? Someone's telling me this is you right here. Is it really you? Just get back to me when you get a chance, you know. I heard about that. That's all it took to set him off, Lisa. That's all it took to set him off. And that's when I considered myself pretty cool with them, too. But that's all it took to set him off, okay? That's what I'll say to you on that. I'm gonna get some beer. I'm gonna get some beer right now. You know what I bought for $2.99? Guess what I bought for $2.99, folks? Guess what I bought? Look what I got here. Colt 45. Colt 45. Right here. That's a Colt 45 I'm gonna have right now. play a couple songs too. Knows this song, anybody? Oh, what? What suggestion? What? I don't read everything. You thought about this song for real? That's all I could come up with. There's a hello I wanted, and one or the other. You know what I mean? There's no in between. Sounds like 311, doesn't it? Kinda. It's not 311, but it kinda sounds like it, don't it? It is. I bought it tonight. Earlier, I went to the store. I'll tell you what Colt 45 tastes like. It tastes kind of like Rheingold. Kind of. Like that beer from New York, Rheingold. Between Colt and Old English, they taste kind of like Rheingold. When I had Rheingold, it's like the more malt liquor version of mine, Rheingold. Kind of. Rheingold is from New York, but I liked it when I had it. I had it in Florida, actually, years ago when they sold it. This is jam band music. It's a little bit like Grateful Dead, kinda. It's on that idea of Grateful Dead. But I happen to like Mo the best, actually. Mo is my favorite jam band. They're number one. to me. I put them ahead of pretty much everything. Yeah, me too. I try not to get it. I get the other stuff, but I don't get PBR much. I think maybe once a year I'll get it. That's about it. Play with the cap here. Whoa, whoa. You know who I liked as a kid? And still to a point? A Perfect Circle. They've been caught stealing song albums, damn me. I don't know who that is. Do you ever remember when Maynard James Keenan did A Perfect Circle? 3 Libras. I used to listen to this kind of music when I was younger. I liked new metal, some punk, alternative. The obvious and yet true. I like Keenan a lot, though. Disappointed, passed over. Damn her! Kayla! Rosie Red is a thief! A goddamn thief and a wretch. And she, you know what she does that I can't stand? Now that I've seen it in action, she talks about your mother and father. She'll talk about your parents. And she'll insinuate that she wants to go after them. Like, how are you supposed to take that? You know, that could be saying so many different things. She talks about your mother and father, then she kind of makes it seem like she might go after them, too. What do you make of that? That is just low down. Totally. See, when I've had debates with people, when I go at them, Kayla, I don't mention their mother and father. I leave that off here. It's usually an issue with me and them. But mothers and fathers, parents, no. No, I don't touch that. They have nothing to do with this. That's what Rosie's been doing, I've noticed. It's not good. She'll tell anybody she could. That's the thing, because she's quick to report things to her supporters. So would she be quick to tell your mother and father? You know what I'm saying? If she could. She talks about your mother and father, and she insinuates that she could, but she doesn't specify. But she talks about people's parents. Yeah, I've noticed that about her. Rosie used to back off and leave me and my friends alone. Rosie Red, stop what you're fucking doing. You're bothering Kayla. And I initially thought she was bad because you said she was bad to me. But it turns out Kayla is the real victim of your attacks. Now cut the fucking shit, Rosie. Cut the fucking shit right now. Or I will go in your chats and I will torment you. She's very good at playing victim. That's one thing now that I see. Rosie Wren's good at playing victim. She'll run to people if she's having problems. Instantly. She'll run to people that she knows, that she thinks will bail her out. No, can't have that. No. Oh, God. You got seizures? She caused you seizures before? It sounds like she's doing better than you because she doesn't have seizures. There's been times she's done sleep streams. I've seen her do sleep streams in the past, I know. And all that. Yeah, you don't need it, and your parents don't need it, right? They don't. And you don't. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's total bush league right there. Cause she might not be able to have max capabilities, but I'll tell you something. She does enough for who she is, and she'll try to get people to feel sorry for her, for damn sure. And she makes a living doing that. Damn, I didn't see it soon enough. But she had to turn on me for me to see that, you know. Oh well. But yeah. But more people like me have to step up and speak about this. Because Rosie got me thinking you were bad. She got me thinking such and such is bad, whoever else she talks about. Then she would get me asking, who are these people? It turns out you're the one who's being victimized by her. Well, that's good. 7 years. Well, that's a definite start. That's very good, Kayla. 7 years without. Sounds good. Sounds like an uphill climb from where it was. Anyway. Who's your friends with Prince impersonator? Who's Prince impersonator? Oh, I listened to Prince today. I listened to Diamonds and Pearls because Diamonds and Pearls is one of my favorite albums of Prince's. It's got the most get off. Yeah. Get off. 53 positions in a one night stand. Get off. That's the one. That's one of the best songs on the album. It's not my favorite, but it's one of the best, I think. It's definitely good. I'll say that. I'll play Get Off. I'll play that one right now. I was listening to this earlier when I was driving, actually. Oh my gosh, she goes to Facebook and makes fun of Facebook people too? Wow, she actually goes to Facebook from YouTube to make fun of your friends. Huh. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, yeah? This is a great song right here. I've always liked it. Get off. Positions in the one I said. Get off. Really? Wow. You know who I've been compared to? Maybe not exactly Prince, but Dennis Rodman. Still. If there's an Italian-American hybrid of Prince and Dennis Rodman by personality, it might be me, actually. I'm just not as musically talented as Prince. But when I played basketball, I played like Dennis Rodman, actually. But yeah, I've been compared to Rodman, but maybe Prince. An Italian-American Prince Dennis Rodman hybrid, possibly right here. I don't know. It's up for debate, I guess. He lives 3 hours from you. I used to play for Special Olympics. When I was 13, I played for Special Olympics. I don't know if you heard that story. I was on Special Olympics on my rookie year. All together. I started off on the Special Olympics team. Then I moved up the levels. But Special Olympics was my first team. Due to my mom's friend who had a son who played there, and I got recommended in. It was an experience. I'll say that. I was like this 13-year-old, 14-year-old kid playing amongst 30 and 40-year-olds. And older than that, even. I was the youngest on the team. He said, "Bounce this way so I can do that zipper." Tonight you're a star. And I'm a big dipper. I don't know who that is. Zach B. Yans? Oh, Las Vegas? Oh, alright. I never been to Las Vegas. Heard a lot of things, though. Everything, really, that you could possibly hear about it. Prostitutes, food, late night, gambling, motels everywhere, colorful ones, kind of like Florida. I think I've heard of Ghost Adventures. I think I heard of that person. I do. All right. Kayla, you ever hear this song, Quiet Nights of Quiet Stars? You ever hear that? It's awesome. Quiet chords from my guitar. Outside, surrounded. And lots of quiet dreams. And lost my seas. Oh, Stan Getz. You know who else I really like? Suzanne Vega. You know Suzanne Vega? I'm a big fan of some of her songs. Suzanne Vega did a song that sounds similar to this one, actually. You listen closely to it. You would, huh? Now, I never been to New Orleans, but I don't know if I'm gonna go there. I mean, I don't think so. But I've heard enough about it, though. I went to the Deep South, but I didn't go to New Orleans. But you know what I do like? I love jambalaya, though. I do like stuff like jambalaya. I'll eat that shit up. I like spicy Creole type stuff. I actually do like Creole. Whatever I've had of it, I do. Your room is haunted? Oh my God. Your room, you got goblin ghosts in there and invisible forces that are trying to invade your head and your body and your mind and your soul. All that stuff is in your bedroom? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, man. Bad ones, right? Because I fed off a lot of bad spirits, not in my bedroom, but in the general environment, in the air. When I was in Portland, Oregon, evil. Total evil in the air. And I had to become kind of evil to get on that level to fight it. You feel that dark cloud constantly in the air when you're going out. And then that invades you. Then you have to become like a devil to fight against them. I don't like being in that situation. If I can help it. Did I tell you, Kayla, that people typically see me as a movie villain or a cartoon villain? Can you believe I've been called Gargamel from the Smurfs before? Some people have viewed me as like Gargamel. I just have somewhat of an aura about me. I could kind of be a villain. That's at least what a lot of people think, and they say that. You don't believe in Ouija boards? Oh, okay. I don't use a Ouija board. I've never used a Ouija board. But I have performed some things against some people. I kind of have a reputation on here for that, actually. That's why Rosie Wren made a mistake with me. And I'm here to haunt Rosie Wren. Rosie Wren, look at me. Look. Loki? Oh, really? Loki. Do I remind you of Loki at all? Feel free to say so if I do or I don't. Because I know someone who believed in Loki before. He was very confident in Loki. Yeah, multifaceted, exactly. That I would agree totally with that. Yeah. Hey, Joni, what's going on? Yeah, that picture looked very good that you showed, actually. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Joni, what's going on with you? Anything new lately? A tall Oompa Loompa. You weren't Prince, Spirit. Suppose you don't. Now, do you mean the artist formerly known as Prince? You're trying to get Prince's spirit to work for you against Rosie Red? Is that what you're saying to me right now? Because that would be very interesting if you actually said that. If you actually are trying to do that, actually. You sold an 85 Oldsmobile for 500, but it needed work. Yeah. Well, yeah, don't feel like you have to repair a car. If it needs work, just I would say try to sell it and get what you can get for it. Unless you really are equipped maybe to fix it or something. I mean that's personally what I would say myself. Sometimes it's just best to say fuck it and sell it anyway. I mean at least that's what I would do. But an 85 Oldsmobile, I mean, that would be something if it actually worked. I'll say that. Remember they used to have Cutlass Supremes. Yeah, we're going to haunt Rosie right now on this stream. And Kayla, you're in full encouragement of this if I decide to do this. Rosie. Rosie Red. You won't let me up on your panel. So now it's time to suffer the consequences from what you have done to Kayla. And in between that and not letting me on your panel, Rosie Wren. Rosie Wren. Yeah. To do your own repairs, you need something easy to work on. Front wheel drive cars have everything. I have front wheel drive. I do. I have two wheel drives, front wheel drive. Yeah, I would call it front wheel drive. Yeah. So I need to add weight to the back if it's snowy or something or icy. I'd have to add weight to the back of it. Because it's front wheel drive. 2-cylinder. Because I was in New Hampshire, I needed sandbags when I was in New Hampshire for damn sure. You do tarot cards. Oh, so does somebody else. So does Carolyn B. Spiritual Warrior. She does tarot cards, if you want to check that out. But I would say enter at your own risk. But she does tarot cards also. Play a song. You recognize this one, Kayla? You recognize this song right here? I'm about to play it. What's that link? Oh, that's your channel. All right. The spiritual animal is a dove, wolf, and an owl. Oh, wow. All right. That's an interesting combination. You like to stay up at night? Play a song here. No, this song sounds a little like Prince, but it ain't. This was the era right here. I was a little kid. But I wish I was older in this era. Because it was a good era. Well, James Brown. I was in Augusta, Georgia, where he's from. He's from Augusta, Georgia. "26 lovers, 26 friends, 36 lovers." And to the end. I don't know, honestly. Kinda, don't it? Maybe Southern California, because you know where it came from? The Beverly Hills Cop 2 soundtrack. Ugh. Oh, really? The Lost Boys, huh? Oh, wow. Remember the song Good Times on that movie? I think it was actually from the Lost Boys. The song Good Times. It was on the Lost Boys, I believe. Kaylee, you remember this? It was from the Lost Boys. Now, okay, you probably heard this song on there, right? It's a very good song and a very underrated song. INXS puts it out though. Remember that? Remember the breakdance film? Not really. This is it. This is an awesome song. Dude. You're good tonight. They're gonna be right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Rock and roll music gonna play all night. Come on, baby, it won't take long. It'll only take a minute just to save my soul. Oh, all right. Huh. All right. Are you serious? Wow. Remember this one here? Oh. Karate Kid. Young, high, speed, fast, driving down the road, glass. Where did you have to go? Young, high, young. Turn it back now. All right, thanks for stopping in, Kayla, right? But as far as going to the light with Jesus, I would just say, I guess if you feel you have to, if you think that's what to do, but myself, I'm not a religious person like that, but all right, good night, Kayla. Thanks for stopping in, all right? Night. You made a grilled tuna? Really? Huh. I don't like relish in tuna fish, though. I'll tell you, I don't like that sweet shit in tuna fish. That makes tuna fish sweet, you know. Because I know some people that use sweet relish in it. Not my bag. You know what I usually do in tuna fish myself? I do spices. I make it saltier, if anything. Not too salty, but just like I don't make it sweet. And I add like paprika, maybe even Cajun seasoning to it. Paprika, maybe red pepper. Sometimes I make my tuna fish reddish with olive oil. But I like to make it reddish, kind of like paprika, red pepper, adobo. I like putting that stuff more in tuna fish myself. Celery too. Celery with all that. If I got celery and lettuce, if I have it. But I make my tuna fish on the reddish side if I make it. Sometimes I make it regular, but I like it like on the reddish side also. I like regular and on the reddish type. Spicy tuna is something that I like to do myself. Have you ever had it spicy? But have you ever made it spicy like that? Red pepper, maybe adobo. Oh no, I don't eat egg salad. You like that? No, egg salad. That's not something. I'm not Pee Wee Herman. My favorite sandwich is not going to be an egg salad. Olive oil, Worcestershire sauce. Yeah, I just don't like sweet stuff too much. So yeah, I stick more to spicy on some things. I do like with crab meat. I like to put a little red in it too. Like if I make a crab meat sandwich too, something like that. The only thing I would not do that with though would be lobster. If I had some lobster chunks and I was gonna make like a lobster roll, I wouldn't put too much red in it. I would want the regular normal taste a little bit more, I would say. With tuna fish, I load it up with spice more than I would shellfish if I was going to do a sandwich. But say if I got chicken in the can, right, and I used it for sandwiches, I would, and I was mixing up that kind of chicken, I I've put like some of the same stuff on it that I put on the tuna. Like to kind of flavor it up so I don't taste that canned chicken flavor so much. I would cook the canned chicken longer and I would add spice to it to make it taste a little bit better, possibly. French dressing, vinaigrette. I don't eat a lot of that stuff. I'm not into dressings really. The only thing for dressing that I'll like is blue cheese really. I don't do dressings that well, really. I'm very funny about salad dressing. Very funny about salad dressing. I like olive oil, salt, pepper, and I like blue cheese also though. Sweet corn. And mayo tuna. Oh no. Oh. Sweet corn and tuna? Not me. Ah, man. Corn and sweet relish. Not so much. I mean, if I had to put any type of thing like pickle based in tuna, I would have to put maybe a dill pickle on the top of it. Maybe dill pickle slices I might do. But to have it totally inside, I don't think so. Breathing. Awesome song. It's called Natalie by the Heights soundtrack. It's off the Heights soundtrack. This was a much better album than people give it credit for. Tell you. We are just dreaming. We are crazy. We are. Maybe some of this came off now that I look at this a little more. I don't know. This might get it off. Maybe that worked. I don't know. Maybe. The center looks like it has less stain on it now. This doesn't. Mmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mmm. Oh, maybe. Hold on. Tough to say. But it looks exponentially lighter up here than it does here because I'm not connecting with that part for some reason. I'm not connecting with this. Mm. 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 Let me see. Huh. Maybe a little bit. Or a tight grip with two. It's gonna be tough. That's gonna be hard. I think some of it got. I think there's a little more shine to it now than there was. There might be a little bit more of a shine to it than there was. I think the whole thing was covered if you go back to the beginning of the stream. Thawing out my hand. So much it takes out of my hand. Now let's see. Slight. I might have moved it a little bit. I don't know. Might have moved some of the rust, the stain, rust, whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe a little bit cracked down there. A little bit. Like with the holes down there. Takes a while. Huh. It's one of my few spoons that I have made of metal. And I've only been using this spoon. Sometimes the weather has affected it. Other times it's kind of been... Maybe I'll push upward toward the stem. Maybe I'll push a little upward here with this hand. Looks like it's breaking a little bit. Sean Jacobs. Yeah, mental bend of a spoon. A mental bend. Oh. Can't bend it with my forehead, I don't think. I don't know. It's like I broke through some of it, but this one got a ways. This thing is stained. It's been a while. It will be a while till I get the spoon full of clear. It'll be a while till I take all the stains off this motherfucking spoon that I own. It'll be a while. All the things I can't remember. All the things I held in there. It's been a while till all this. It'll be a while till I get all the shit off of here. Looks like whatever happened here, this side, a little more shine right there. When I get up, when I get up, when I get up, when I get up, Spoonman. They clean the spoons. So. Gave me a reminder that I had a friggin' rusty, stained spoon. When I saw Noodles earlier live stream with a knife, it was all rusty. That reminded me of the spoon that I had. And I had to, because I saw a stained spoon that I've been using, and I just figured I would make some content out of this for what it's worth. I don't know. New COVID search coming. What's this? David Pacman puts out something called the latest COVID search 2 days ago. Another COVID surge might be on the way. Wow.
Since I did our last sort of comprehensive COVID update about where we are, and sadly, the reason I'm doing such a segment today is that many signs don't look good, and there's every indication that another spike could be coming. Now, there's still the possibility that that's not the case, and I'll talk about what that looks like in a moment, but we will get to that. There is an argument to be made that in general cases
12:09 a.m.
indicator of the status of the pandemic, that we should be looking at hospitalization, deaths, etc. I think that there's something to that, but still, cases are a leading indicator of hospitalization and death. Now, none of us want another spike, but unfortunately, it does appear as though one is coming, and there is evidence from other countries suggesting this, and unfortunately, there's also evidence from the United States. And as always, I'm always going to report to you the way things are, not the way I wish things would be. So first and foremost, if we look at global cases, what has been a massive decline from nearly 4 million cases a day down well under 2 million cases a day has reversed. Now this is global, so we got down to a lower point, and global cases are now starting to go up. Now they're not going up in the United States yet, although I will argue that they actually are, and if you look at the right data, then you can see that. But where are we seeing actual recorded case numbers increase? Well, first and foremost, Germany. And they're not only going up a little bit. 2 days ago, Germany had the most active new cases in a single day in the entire pandemic. It's exhausting. I know it's exhausting. But about 3 a pandemic record. You look at Finland. Finland, since about mid-January, has individually seen some higher case days. And if you look now at the 7-day rolling average of new cases in Finland, it is at a pandemic high. You look at the United Kingdom, massive decline. Remember, at the peak of Omicron, the UK was seeing about 200,000 known cases per day, about 210, 220. That got all the way down below 50K, and now has gone back up by about double. I mean, the UK has almost doubled daily cases from that bottoming out we saw at the beginning of March. That's really not moving so far.
Hey, want to see me try powder one of these? I got this 2 of these for $3.50. Smoked cheddar brat. Smoked cheddar brats. I thought I was getting Italian sausages smoked, but turns out they were cheddar brats. Initially, I wasn't too happy about that, but they might be good. I don't know. Because I don't usually get cheddar brats, especially like if Johnsonville makes them, or some of those other brands make them. I don't care for those. These might be better, though. I don't know. I'm going to try one and find out. 2 of these for $3.50. Cheddar brats. Let's see how they smell pretty good. They smell good. Almost like a barbecue sausage. Like that smoked sausage you get when you eat barbecue. I'm going to make a full recommendation of a good sausage brand if anyone sees it near you. Speaking of like barbecue smoked sausage, there's a brand called Georgia Boy sausage. It's fucking out of this world. If you see Georgia Boy sausages anywhere near you, they come like in a beige square container. They're a box. And they give you quite a bit for like $4.99 or something. Georgia Boy sausages. If these are on the level of Georgia Boy sausages, then I'll have to get more of these. But we're going to find out if these are anywhere near as good as Georgia Boy sausages. The smokiness smells awesome on these. So we're going to try one. I'll probably have a half because it looks like a lot. Even for one. I'm going to cut a half. And I'm going to eat it. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to cut a half and I'm going to eat it. We'll see how good it is. This is like Pennsylvania type of stuff right here. Mixed with barbecue southern style. I don't know. We're going to see how it is, I guess. How is this sausage brand? Let's see how this is. Got about a good half. I'll cut myself a half right here. Put it on 2 minutes. See if there's anything I can put with it. I don't have bread. No, I'll have to eat the sausage by itself. Hopefully me picking the wrong one will pay off. Let's see. Because I wanted the Italian sausage that was smoked. But they got 2 cheddar brats that I happen to buy. So we'll see how good they actually are. It was like a mistake buy. I learned it was like a mistake buy. But it might actually be good. Let's see. Smells good. I'll start by saying that. Sizzle. Yeah. Smells good. Smells like a barbecue sausage almost. Actually. Alright. Let's find out. I got mustard. I could use mustard. Yellow mustard. Right here. I'll put mustard on the side here. Alright, good. Let's see here. Oh, man. See how this texture is. It's got cheese in it, supposedly. That's what it looks like. Smells very good. Mmm. Mmm. Tastes pretty good. Cheesy. Probably better with mustard though. It's one of those sausages. It smells good, but taste wise, I would say not as good as Georgia Boy. No. Let's see how it is with mustard. I'll eat it, but I would like to say that I've had a bit better. Maybe. I think it's all the cheese in it. Kind of ruins it. When I took a bit into it, I tasted more of a cheese, and it's just kind of like, eh. From the outside, it smelled pretty good, though. I'm not big on that cheddar brat type of thing. Some people love them. I'm not a big fan of them. I thought I was buying the Italian smoked when I bought these, by the way. I only found out later that they were not the Italian. They were actually this. Because I grabbed it thinking, it was going to be because I saw it the night before, and I went back in there and I got them. I didn't even read the label. I didn't feel I had to. But I do that every once in a fucking while. I hate when I do it, though. When I misread a label or I don't even see it. And I bring it home and I get the wrong thing. Yeah, this isn't that good. It'll take me a longer time to eat it. Wasted money. Or I could put mustard on it to bear it, maybe. Load it up with mustard or something. I can eat it if I dip it in mustard. Tad. It's all that friggin' cheese that's in it. I think. Yeah, with mustard it's better. But if you were to eat it by itself and taste it, there's like a cheesy / burnt cheese flavor in it. Not that good. I don't think. I have to load it up with mustard. Or maybe just put enough on. Kind of like certain things people eat, right? It might be dried out, it might not taste good. And someone's like, it'd be good with a little ketchup. This will be good with a medium amount of mustard. That's what I would say. But by itself, it tastes like a cheesy / burnt cheese kind of flavor. I don't know where they got the idea to stuff sausages with cheese anyway. Because it's always been iffy every time that they did. The Italian ones they have were not stuffed. But apparently someone bought the last one and I ended up buying 2 of a pack and it ended up being cheddar brats and not what I really wanted. So I'll grab another half so I can say I ate a whole one. But that's about it. And then the last one I'll probably just take a little longer to finish, but I'll finish it probably at some point. But sometimes you can get some iffy things, like those chicken nuggets I got were very iffy also. These packaged cold kind of foods that I've been getting whenever I've wanted to maybe save a little money. Sometimes they're very iffy. It just depends on what you find. I could eat this with mustard on it a little bit more, but I'm going to cover this whole thing in mustard and I'm going to eat it this time. It's got to be covered. It's just the flavor on its own is just not that good. leave myself one left after this. Mustard and bread both would kind of make the flaws of that sausage more unnoticeable, I would say. But I don't suggest eating it plain. Alright, that should be good. This is how you gotta eat a sausage like this. Take a look. But a sausage isn't that good because maybe there's a lot of cheese inside it or something. That's how you gotta eat it. If the flavor is just kinda not so good, or there's a lot of cheese and the cheese inside kinda tastes a little burnt, you could eat it if you had mustard and maybe bread, but by itself, this thing's not that good. I'm just going to be honest. This cheddar brat sausage that I thought I was going to get an Italian sausage, but then I ended up not even reading the label and I picked up the cheddar brat because I automatically assumed it was an Italian one. I do that once in a while and I hate when I do that. It's almost like when you buy certain products, like you get the sugar-free and you don't read, you just pick something up thinking it's gonna be. It's like, wait a minute, I don't want the sugar-free jelly. You know what I mean? I want the regular strawberry jelly. I don't want the fucking sugar-free one. But I might misread it once in a while or not even see the sugar-free. It kind of reminds me of that. Alright. Just $3.50, but still. Alright. Where the cigar from was pretty expensive, too. For when I went in last night, I went back today to get that. Someone bought that Italian sausage, it turned out. And everything else I saw was like a set of two. But it's when I came home I saw that it was a cheddar bratwurst and not Italian sausage. Little more. Kind of gonna load this up. I'm in the mood to anyway. Destroyed my plastic fork practically. Because I like to save these as silverware and I don't like to use the... Alright. So there, you have to put mustard on this friggin' thing to eat it. Mask it up. The burnt cheese taste. I think the sausage will be okay without the cheese in it. But the cheese kind of fucks it up inside. Because some people like a burnt cheese kind of flavor. Or a distorted cheese kind of flavor. I'm not one of those people. I mean, when something's crispy with burnt cheese, other than Cheez-Its, I can't eat burnt cheese on anything. I just can't. I hate burnt cheese. It's one of my pet peeves. When cheese and eggs burn, I cannot eat it, even slightly. I just hate it. It's disgusting to me. When either cheese or eggs burn, even slightly and not all the way, it alters it. It ruins it. That's how I see it. Us Mediterraneans and Italians are very picky about food. We're very picky about food by nature. We always pin it on the Irish, like the Irish are picky eaters. But I'll tell you something, in our own way, us Italians are picky eaters. I'll say that right now. We'll eat a lot if the food is good. But Christ, if it's any bit altered, depending on what it is, we won't even touch it. Or we'll have to throw extra stuff on it just to bear it if you have nothing else or whatever. I don't know what's worse, this or Scrapple. At this point, I don't freaking know. That's it for me. Oh, I'm done. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Forcing myself to eat something I really don't want to eat right now. That burnt cheese flavor is like getting to me, literally. Just to eat the last piece, I'm gonna have to flood it with mustard. Ugh. God damn it. God damn it. Look how bad it tastes. Oh my God. Jeez. Never again. Never again. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. For some people who are German Americans that eat that and they love that, I'm sorry that you fall very short with the cheddar cheese inside the bratwurst. It doesn't go. It wouldn't have been a bad sausage now, I don't think, if it didn't have all that cheese embedded in it. It tasted burnt. It's just... I had to drink some for that to be even edible as it is, because it's not something I'm going to eat when I'm sober. That's going to be my drunk food. That last sausage, I'm going to have to be drunk to eat it. Yeah, John, I don't care for that. Do you like that style? Do you like cheddar bratwurst? I'm not a fan. I'm just so not a fan of that stuff. I bought it by mistake, thinking it was going to be an Italian sausage, because they had an Italian sausage that was there too. They had a few of them yesterday, but apparently they sold out and left all the bratwurst. Gee, I wonder why. Gee, I wonder why. Because they had a lager Italian sausage that was smoked, and I was willing to try that, baby. But not this crap. This shit it's total garbage. The cheddar bratwurst, when they put, like, Johnsonville makes most of those, and I don't care for them. They're icky. I thought that one might have been a little better since it was more of a homemade company, maybe, that made German meats and all that stuff, but nah. I cannot do the cheddar inside a sausage. I can't do it. Especially when it tastes burnt, which a lot of them do. I can't stand burnt cheese. I can't stand burnt eggs. Those are two things I just cannot do. Maybe if the bratwurst didn't have any cheese in it, it may have been better. But I'm still of the opinion that Italian one would have been the best if I had gotten my hands on that one. But they were out tonight when I went back. That's the thing. They were out. And I got those instead. I didn't think they were out. I thought when I bought them, I was getting an Italian. Then turns out I didn't even read the label when I already bought it. And it said smoky cheddar brats. Trying to beer that. I don't know how I'll beer that one when I eat it again. Well, honestly, it'll probably be a couple days till I get around to that other one. I'll have to drink or something just to eat it. I don't know. I might even have to have something else now too, just to wash my mouth out. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, honestly. Oh, I got some rice. I made this rice earlier. This almost rice-a-roti style beef rice. I'll have a little bit of that. That's what I'll do. I kind of got to wash my mouth out a little bit out of it. You know, I got to kind of wash. Soft. Use it again. Heat this up. Some stuff you don't know if you're that hot on it till you eat it, then you eat it. It might be pretty good even though it's different. But that's just not one of those things. That's just not one of those things, you know. This rice-a-roti type shit, it made a lot. Hey, I gotta have some of this though to cure that because it's just kind of like kind of crappy. I had a cup of noodle. I have one of these cup of noodles here. Right? I got a mama. It was a shrimp tom yum. This one is a seafood. But they came with this. The shrimp tom yum one came with this. And I thought that was a pretty decent ramen noodle. But it tasted like lemon zest was in it. With like krill or something. It wasn't bad. It was just different from what I'm used to. But it came with this kind of a fork. These noodles, they come with this fork. So you pay a little more for these, right? Than you do the Barricade or the Decent. But you might get an extra like this inside. It all folded up inside the pack, right? And then the clip, you know, kind of like that or whatever. So you might get an extra with one of these or something like that. I gotta try that at some point, the seafood flavor mama. Right there. That one may be pretty good, we'll see. At some point. Damn, that stuff's giving me bad breath. Jeez. Never again am I ever. Oh, man. Time 12:42. Yeah, a little better now. This is like the beef rice-a-roni type stuff. Made it earlier. This stuff's pretty good. It's a wash forever straight out of my mouth. I don't have to put anything on this to eat it. Probably do lunch tomorrow. I don't know. Might do Chinese. I'm gonna have one more thing for dessert. Oatmeal. I'm gonna close the night having some oatmeal. Maple brown sugar oatmeal. It'll be like dessert. Breakfast becomes dessert. you might want to watch. I don't know. I can eat this. I'm in Facebook jail right now. But I keep getting notices and messages. Oh, there's some things like this I could definitely eat, even if it's not gourmet food. I like this kind of rice for quick stuff. For sure. Rice-a-roti type stuff. I could eat that all day. I've made my own rice-a-roti before, too. With chicken broth or with my own broth I added to it or whatever. Alright, what's next? Got one of these bowls. See, I even got my own little silverware, my plastic silverware type stuff that I use for living in places like this. Fucking situations like this. Alright, what are we doing? 2/3 cup of water. 2/3 cup of water this amounts to. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, about that. Some salt. I'll add some salt to this, I think. Alright. Heat that up. This is the stuff I'm using right here. I've had this instant oatmeal for a while. I want to use some of it up. Instant oatmeal, maple and brown sugar, instant oatmeal. Right here. So I'm going to have some of that. That's the closest stuff I can get to maple. This stuff called maple. Small container. this up. Heat it more. Mix it up and heat it more. There. Maple syrup and brown sugar, it's a more New England type thing. They actually had a name brand years ago. They called it, some places still sell it back there, but you just can't get it nationwide. It's called Maple. But you have to get store brand maple and brown sugar. I think Quaker makes one of them. You got to get like the closest ones to it. Or it's like... Okay, this might be cooked now. Let's see here. A little more. Maybe like another 30. Let's see. Alright, I think that should do it. I got a whole bunch of milk I gotta use, so might as well. Good. Alright. This is like dessert. Highly recommend maple and brown sugar oatmeal. Get that if you don't already have it. Quaker should be good. Store brand should be good. Oh, nothing beats maple, but not a lot of places sell it. That's the thing. Not a lot of places sell it, other than New England. Before Portland got the image of being more granola, we were more granola in the Northeast. It just wasn't advertised. But yeah, Mushu, Mushu lived there. It was a very common thing that when kids had lunches and snacks as a kid, right? They would have granola bars packed in their bags. Or oatmeal. Oatmeal was a big thing too. But stuff like granola bars and oatmeal, bigger than you think over there. I grew up eating granola bars all the damn time. I remember when Nature Valley was new. I think it was like around 88, 89 or something. Mm-hmm. This is very common. That a lot of kids, including myself, had granola bars packed in their bags for lunch or at camp or whatever. It was just a big thing. Sometimes you saw potato chips, but a lot of times it was actually granola bars. Like I got these right here. Okay. This is the stuff I usually have, alright? This. And now this even brings it up a notch right here. As it says, raises the bar, okay? Trader Joe's raises the bar. Look at all those huge chocolate chunks to this chewy granola bar right here. Like this right here. Chewy granola bar with oats, millet, quinoa, amaranth, buckwheat, and dark chocolate chunks right here. I'm gonna have it, actually. I'm gonna eat this. I got 2 more left. Turns out I got 3 of these. These lasted me over a week. The day where I did that shopping at the mall, that's the day I bought these. They lasted me a bit. Look at that, big chocolate chunks right there. Look at that. Mmm. Yeah, but quinoa in it, so you see the droplets in the middle, in between. I love granola bar. So good. Man. $2.99 for like 6 of these or something. You gotta get it for that, you know? With the quality that's in here and stuff. Yeah. Right. There. Oh, I got here. What is this color? Let me see. Weird. It's found in the other one. Oh, here. Step to the side. Okay. How long have I been going? I've been going 4 hours and 45 minutes almost. I'm gonna go. No one's really been active in here. Just wait. Just 6 viewers. I'm gonna sign off now. Talk to you later. Might be a couple days till I go live again. I don't know. Maybe Friday. I'm estimating maybe Friday, Saturday. If I'm going live again, I don't know. If I have an idea, I might make a quick video or something. Alright, bye.